I'm unable to rename my name. I'm under Shanye Rains. Could you rename that for me? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. This is Janet Betker. Thanks for having us.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Burns.
Morning, Commissioner Howard.
Good morning, Commissioner Lum.
Morning, Chair Howerton. Morning, Chair Commissioner Burns.
Morning.
Good morning, Attorney Darby. See the top of your head this morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
How was everyone?
Doing well.
How's everybody?
Trust you had a glorious weekend.
It's been good.
Okay, great.
It's been good. It's just always funny when you come on to see the top of your head. That's all we see.
Yeah, I have to adjust my screen a little bit.
We see you now.
All right, great.
Good morning, commissioners, county staff, and citizens. It is now 9 a.m. We do have all commissioners on the line, as well as the acting county attorney and the interim county manager. I would just like to remind everyone to keep your mics muted unless you are speaking, and to also keep your cameras off until you are presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and citizens. Today, August 2nd, I'm getting ahead of myself here, 2021. This is our work session. We've taken a little bit of a break for July, and I hope everyone got a little bit of rest, maybe just a little bit. So I'm going to read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizens fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. And we are still in Zoom mode, as our citizens can see. So there are citizens' comments is our next thing on the agenda. And this is a portion that citizens could either email comments and or mail them. And we will ask our clerk if there are any comments from citizens. If there are, if she will read them for us.
Good morning, commissioners. We did receive, excuse me, one comment, and it is from Kimberly Israel. Her comment reads, "Dear local government officials, the COVID restrictions during 2020 and early 2021 nearly killed me. I talked to my therapist twice a week and still kept having to choose over and over not to kill myself because the terrible isolated life was not worth living. Now I'm hearing things about putting restrictions back in place. It bothers me enormously that vaccination is being framed as a personal choice when masking and distancing, which caused me far more suffering, were not. I'm not willing to go back to masking and missing out on times with my friends because people refuse to get vaccinated. Those who are medically eligible need to be vaccinated or be placed under house arrest, period. I was finally starting to make plans again, and now I'm having to consider going through another period of loss. I need you to promise that you'll make vaccination mandatory rather than put me through that again. It's completely unfair that people should have to suffer more when mass vaccination is a simple solution. Sincerely, Kimberly Israel." Commissioners, that concludes the comments that were received during the period on Friday through Sunday at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Monica. For the citizens that send in emails or comments or speak to us when we are in public session, it doesn't, if we don't respond immediately, it doesn't mean that we don't care. The board will direct the staff to do the research on your concerns and get back with you at an appropriate time. So we hear you. A couple of things, commissioners. There is a call at 3:30 with the mayor and our health director. So I don't know how we're going to get through all of what we have. We have a very packed agenda, and to be able to get through it all by 3:30, but we will do our best to make that happen. And I communicated with the mayor that we were in work session today. Just heads up. All right, next is our consent agenda. And I say we have a full packed agenda. We have 20 consent items on the consent agenda. And I'll ask our interim manager if she will go through these and have commissioners ask questions if they have any or comments.
Morning.
I'll turn it over to our manager, Hager.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to see everyone today. We have a full consent agenda. Some are familiar from years past, some may be new, but we will answer your questions. And the great thing is also, if there are questions we cannot finalize today, we can get those responses to you before next week's regular session meeting. The first one is 210449 HVAC quarterly service at various Durham County facilities, RFP. And that is the completion of that one.
Claudia.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I have a question that's it's really more general than specific to this item.
Yes,
but when I noticed that the number one ranked applicant that put in a proposal was not the one selected, it just made me wonder more about how this process works.
Sure.
And especially since none of our MWBE goals were met with the contractor that was selected, it just made me wonder, well, did number one meet any of our MBE goals? And, how do we make that choice in this sort of situation? And it's not necessarily related to this contractor at all. This would be more about process. And I just raise it now, not to be answered now, but maybe to get more information on later.
Sure, that's a great question. One of the general services staff members may answer now, but this is one we'll give a fuller response. There are many factors that go into when an applicant is hired. Some of it involves past experiences with the county, research we may do with others that have actually used the vendor, and then quality of work, which also goes back into past experiences or other recommendations. General services staff may be on the line right now, but we can give you more detailed information. We do weigh the percentage of MWBE contractors as a part of that as well. But at the end of the day, we try to make sure we have individuals, regardless of designation, that can do the work for the county at the times that we require.
That's great for now, Claudia. Thank you. Okay. We can move on, but that's great for now.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Jacobs.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in that I know there actually was in the agenda materials, there was actually comments from staff that the vendor that ranked first had not had a good track record with actually providing services. It was kind of buried in the documentation that we did get. So there were a lot of comments and very specific about that first vendor. So just to let you know, because yeah, if you just looked at the ranking, it would be like, why? But the staff did discuss that. So just wanted to share that.
Great. I'll go back and look at that. I prepared for this meeting on my way home from the beach. It might show.
Commissioners, also with regards to all of our reviews, as the Manager Hager has indicated, we did have a full committee from the different facilities actually address this issue, as well as our technical staff with regards to the past performance of the previous contractor or the lowest contractor that's proposed, and took all of that into consideration. And we do evaluate, but also based on their participation, that also comes into play also.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that additional follow-up. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next one is Budget Ordinance Amendment 22 BC 007, the library to recognize grant revenue for the Digital Navigators project to expand the library's appointment reservation system.
Claudia, would you have Tammy say a little bit more about that for the citizens to understand what that means?
Sure. Tammy?
Good morning, everyone. I don't think Tammy's with us this morning. This is Terry Hill. I actually have on the call with me, good morning, Claudia Alleman, who will be managing this grant. Claudia, if you could speak on our plans for this project.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And I can give you a little description of it as an abstract. So in order to increase access to digital access and resources, the Digital Navigator project will expand its library's appointment reservation system, where librarians can connect patrons to 3 resources demonstrated to close the digital divide, which would be the low cost free devices, low cost free internet, and a gateway digital literacy skills. So these appointments would take place over the phone and of course in person, with patrons coming into a library and wanting to have access to the digital resource.
Thank you, Claudia.
Okay.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you for that elaboration on this. Sometimes the titles of our agenda items are not, it's hard to understand what they are, but I'm glad you asked for that, Chair Howerton, because this is really exciting. And I also just wanted to mention that I'm excited that Digital Durham is going to be on our agenda today, because I noticed that they are also a partner in this, and that it will be a pilot at Sanford L. Warren, this program. So I look forward to hearing more about this.
And thank you too, Terry.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is 210454, a budget ordinance amendment to recognize $3.3 million from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health, Epidemiology, Communicable Disease Branch.
I just wanted to say congratulations. It's a huge grant, and I'm wondering if there is any greater specificity on how the $3+ million will be used.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning, Rob.
Thank you again for allowing me to be here. No real specifics, Commissioner Carter. This is just additional funding for us to continue the great work that the staff has been doing in terms of surveillance and vaccination efforts.
So it's funding that we've already been using for these purposes, and this is like renewed funding in a way, renewed funding to keep going.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And commissioners, I would also weigh in that, you know, the timing of this, considering how the shift with COVID-19 is happening, will help the public health department and reduce pressures on using our ARP funding for such purposes, or having to dip into our fund reserve. So we are grateful that the state, in their distribution of their dollars, saw in their modeling that counties would need these kinds of additional resources. So we are very grateful. Okay, there's another public health budget amendment. This will recognize $75,000 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Public Health's Women's and Children's Health Section Immunization Branch.
Rod, was that one, will that one be for community partners, or is it for the department?
It is another, as Interim Manager Hager said, another great opportunity for us to be rewarded for the work that we've been already doing. Madam Chair, Durham Public Health has been employing the hub and spoke model for vaccine distribution for many, many months now. And this just rewards us for being able to do that work. We were granted $75,000 just to continue to work. And it allows us to be able to purchase supplies, i.e. coolers or whatever we need to make sure that vaccine gets to our valued partners.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Rod. I know we've got a few of these right in a row that are yours. Rod, related to just women and children's health, are there any, I don't know what the current status is of us using our school nurses to, are there any plans to do vaccinations at Durham Public School health clinics?
Right now, we are in discussion with that, Madam Vice Chair, and good morning to you. Thank you for the question. There are significant pots of monies that are allocated for that involving our ARPA funds. So we are patiently waiting on the General Assembly to finalize their budget, because those ARPA funds, as you well know, are budgeted within the General Assembly's budget and then will be released to public health departments. That funding is in sort of a kind of partial mode, in that a certain percentage will go directly to public schools, and a greater percentage will go to local health departments for that very same purpose. It also includes the possibility of employing additional staff to do just that, testing and vaccination. So we are in talks with DPS just to make sure that we get our students and staff squared away.
Great, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next item is 21058, Board of Elections Robert Half Amendment Contract. And then we have 210459, Board of Elections Rush Computer Rental Contract Amendment. 210460, Memorandum of Agreement with Durham Public Schools for DPS shelter sites. 210461, Contract Amendment between Evergreen Linen Services and Durham County. 210462, EMS MC Contract Amendments with OES's EMS Division. Lots of acronyms. That's the Management and consultants, that was the other one. Division.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like Commissioner Jacobs has a question.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think this was pretty clear from the item, but I just wanted to, because it is a lot. This is just the fee that is required, I guess, that $11.50 per claim. It's just to cover the charge that the state is now increasing. Is that correct?
That's the second part of the amendment, is to cover the Medicaid transformation. So there's two pieces of this, Amendment 1 and Amendment 2.
Okay.
The Amendment 2 covers that fee. The Amendment 1 is for our ESO, the system that we use to capture our patient care reports. This helps our third-party billing company have better access and actually gives us a better deal running the contract through EMSMC versus going direct with ESO. A lot of acronyms, I know, I'm sorry.
All right, thanks so much, Jim.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks.
Claudia, you skipped one.
Yeah, I was about to say, thank you, Motrio. I got a team in the background that have alerted me. Thank you. And usually the chair will get me straight.
I'll let you go that time.
Okay, no, that's all right. 210456, approved public health receipt of vaccine gift card incentives from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
And I'd asked our interim manager to just, if there are any questions, to make sure that that is covered or around the cards, just in case if citizens are listening, what does that mean when you talk about gift cards? Because you give a little bit of explanation for that.
Rod will give some details about these incentive gift cards. We do have internal controls to make sure that we follow guidelines. We've also, through this process of dealing with COVID-19, had to do gift cards when we managed in the DSS department as well, when we were trying to do food gaps and covering those kinds of expenses. So, but Rod can talk about that and how they plan to use it. And I know our CFO will weigh in if we need to talk further, but Rod, I'll pass it over to you.
Absolutely. Again, continue to fight for Durham to make sure that our residents get all that they need. There were several counties that were considered to be pilot counties for the summer gift card, which is a 25 gift card for vaccinations. I did petition the state for Durham to be in that, to participate, and was granted that request. We are already off to a good start. And commissioners, we have already had a surprise visit from the state on Friday to make sure that our policies and procedures and accounting is in order. And happy to report that we passed with flying colors. The way that the gift card program works is for those individuals receiving first doses and for those individuals who transport our residents to get vaccinated, they are eligible each for $25 gift card. And, as interim manager Hager has indicated, we are making sure that we follow those guidelines to the letter. The unfortunate thing right now is that the gift card program is set to expire at the end of this month, August 31st. So we are making sure that we get as many as we can, because we have a lot of fun and hopefully large events scheduled for back to school activities, and we don't want our residents to miss out on anything. So happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Where do they go to? Where do they apply?
They just come to any vaccination event that we have. We being Durham County, the gift cards will be there. We are making sure that our residents know. We have several that have passed right by the table. I was like, hey, come on, you're eligible to get your gift card. So anytime we are doing vaccinations, we are ensuring that those gift cards are there, Madam Chair. And I'm also happy to report that some of our other vendors, to include War for Life and OptumServe and just about everybody else who are doing vaccines, they are also in possession of these gift cards from the state as well. So there are many opportunities for our residents to partake in this initiative.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Lum.
Thank you, Chair Horton. I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you to Director Jenkins and his team for everything y'all are doing to keep us safe here in Durham County, especially as the Delta variant grows. Y'all are on the front lines and still putting yourselves at risk. So I really greatly appreciate all of your work.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the continued support of our very fine commissioners.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll toss it back to you.
Okay, fantastic. 210463, reclaim water supply in a local agreement with the town of Cary. 210468, approve fiscal year 21-22 contract with Greater Chamber of Commerce Services related to industrial recruitment and economic development. 210469, approve the fiscal year 22 contract with Downtown Durham Inc. for identified downtown economic development and business support services.
Commissioner Jacobs.
I just had a quick comment, both related to the chamber contract and DDI. I just really wanted to acknowledge the incredible work of chamber staff and also DDI, specifically Jeff Durham and Brian Fox, and also Nicole Thompson throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. They have just really been working so hard and been such leaders in our community in so many different ways. So I just want to express appreciation for them and their staff, especially giving support to small businesses and getting information out to people, which has often been, challenging and confusing. And I also just want to ask, in the scope of work, it mentions quarterly reports and that we get an annual report. And I know that the practice has always been that those quarterly reports get sent to us as well, which is great. So I hope we will continue that. I assume we will, even though it doesn't say that in the scope of work.
Good morning, Andy Miracle, Durham County Economic Development. It should be referenced in there that we will be maintaining receipt of quarterly reports for commissioners as well as the annual report. So I'll go back and double check that language, but it's intended to be in there in the reporting section at the end.
It was in there, Andy. I saw that. I read that. So thank you for reminding us that the board that it's in there as well. Yeah.
It's under bullet number 3. It's number 1 on page 2. Thank you, Andy.
All right.
All right. Claudia?
Yes, 210470, approve the fiscal year 22 contract with Maine and Durham for identified workforce development support services. 210474, Board of County Commissioners approval of the fiscal year 22 Governor's Highway Safety Grant Program application for the sheriff's office.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Howerton, it looks like Commissioner Lum has a question.
Commissioner Lum?
Thank you, Chair Howerton.
I will be so glad when we are no longer in these little box squares. See people. Go ahead, Commissioner Lum.
Yes, thank you. I had sent a few questions about this, and thank you, GM Miller, for answering some of those. I just had wanted to follow up. So this grant, it's going to be for 4 years, where we're fulfilling, 28, 30, 50, then 70%. And then after the 4 years, what is the plan for continuing funding of these positions and the vehicles, as well as over those 4 years? I know for the first year, the Sheriff's Department will be able to allocate from their lapsed salaries. And I saw that there was a note that might be possible for years 2 through 4. I was wondering what factors would be at play to deciding or to figuring out if years 2 through 4 will be able to use the same funding source within the sheriff's budget to continue.
That's a great question. And I know Jody will weigh in, and there are others that may weigh in as well from the Sheriff's Department. As you know, the board has charged staff to look at certain departments in the public safety area, as well as in human services area, to evaluate dollars allocated towards behavioral health services. So that is one step that is happening. And in that, we will evaluate, of course, as we shared, the Sheriff's Department, EMS, and there's a list of others that are in the Public Criminal Justice Resource Center. And in that process, we will report back to the board in early 2022, just sort of what those budgets look like, what the capacity is, and any potential realignments that will occur or we would suggest. And that will happen with each of those respective departments. At this juncture, we can't say exactly what that will look like, but the spirit of that exercise, we feel, will help give us a framework on how we can also look at addressing future years as it relates to this particular grant, if there is in fact capacity within the budget to do it. We do know the Sheriff's Office, they have, as you know, they've had challenges recruiting positions. And so they do have some vacancies that are at a pretty significant level, which we need to address. And so it is our thought as we get to those out years that we would continue to use a similar approach with using existing capacity to fund the gap. But as we do their overall budget, as needs occur, we would have to address them at that time as well and look at it then. Now, Jody can weigh in if I've misspoken on something, or some of the Sheriff Office's team.
Claudia, I don't have anything to add. I would just say Sheriff Burkhead and David Labar with the Sheriff's Office is on the call and might be able to speak to opportunities for future funding of refunding the grant moving forward. So if either one of them would like to weigh in.
And could I jump in right before them? Because I do just want to make this, they're just asking us for permission to apply for this grant. So, I mean, we don't even know if we've gotten it. I mean, we'll find out before October 1, and that will be great. But this is just them asking us, hey, can we apply? Like every other work. So I'm with you on your question, Commissioner Long. Like, how does it go? But we don't even know if we have it yet. So I just want to throw that out into the public zeitgeist, that this is just permission to even apply in the first place.
That is correct.
Other questions? Sheriff Burkhead, do you have any comments?
No comment. Excuse me. Good morning, commissioners. No real substantive comment. I would just agree with Manager Hager's assessment of the current funding situation and future funding possibilities based off our historical data related to vacancies, lap salaries, et cetera. And again, as Commissioner Burns pointed out, this is consent to apply for the grant funding through the Governor's Highway Safety Program, which we have received before, so that we can continue to shore up and do great work on streets and highways that run through Durham County. I'll certainly answer any other questions you all may have.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some just follow-up questions. What is what is the current number of unfilled vacancies that we have right now? I know we got a number when we were doing our budget work sessions, but what is the current number now?
As it relates to traffic enforcement officers or overall?
Well, both. When anything you want to share would be great. Any data that you have, but yeah, just overall, and then I guess in this area as well. Thank you.
Well, currently we have approximately 25 vacancies on the LEO side and 56 or so on the detention side.
Okay, so that's actually been an increase since I guess we discussed this maybe in June.
Unfortunately so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And then how many folks do you already have working on highway safety, Sheriff Burkhead?
Well, we have one dedicated liaison for Governor's Highway Safety Program, one deputy, and our scope unit, which is the Sheriff's Office targeted community policing effort. We utilize those officers when they're available. They also do the funeral escorts. They do traffic direction for special events. So we use up to 4, but we currently have one dedicated point person for the Governor's Highway Safety Program.
Okay, thank you. And then Claudia, related to just what you were talking about, I know that you all are supposed to come back, I guess, in January or so with, I don't remember the exact timeline, but with additional information for our board. And one is the update to the intercept study. And thank you, Jody, for your response and that you're already following up on that, which will give us an update on the mapping related to our current 911 crisis response resources and system. And then Claudia, you just referenced some assessment of the current staffing levels. Will we also get a study or an assessment of the 911 calls similar to the RTI study that the city did with 911 calls?
I will, Chairman Jacobs, let me follow up with that one about the 911 scenario with that was done at RTI. I will say with our assessment, especially of the sheriff's office positions, it's a function too of us trying to figure out as well, how do we recruit and retain our deputies. I know he could speak to it better than I can. Because of the vacancy level, we're putting more pressure on those who are currently there, and which is, I imagine, causing some burnout, fatigue, et cetera, because they're having to do more overtime, et cetera. So we will be looking at their budget, like the others, at turnover rates, vacancy rates, those patterns and trends, and so that we can share back to the board in this, I think we said October, how can we have more competitive salaries or packages compared to our peers as it relates to recruitment. In addition to that, we will be looking at their overall budget, just so that we can give more details about that as we look at the behavioral health lens. And so, but to your first question about the 911, I think Jody may have weighed in on that, but I may have maybe misspeaking on that.
Commissioners, the sequential interceptor map study and assessment update that we discussed during the budget work session, we'll really look at updating the map that Gundred Palmer, our CJRC director, provided to the board. In addition to that, also doing a deeper dive looking at capacity of programs and services as it relates to Durham County, but also other services and programs across Durham related to behavioral health issues. It will not cover 911 data review as part of that through the sheriff's office. So if that's something that we would like to pursue further, we would need to look at a different strategy for doing that.
Okay. Well, I certainly would want to hear other board members weigh in on this, but I think it's really important. You know, I haven't seen the city study. I would love to see it if you could get a copy, Jody, and send it out to us. But certainly for us to understand how things are working and what the needs are. And I would assume that the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force, and maybe Commissioner Burns can weigh in on this, will as our liaison would want that information. But if we're going to understand how our system's working, we need to understand not just the calls that come into the city that are served by the police department, but the way our system works now, as I understand it, our 911 calls for the county then get switched over to the office of the sheriff. And then, I mean, the sheriff, you can comment more on this, but then the sheriff's department has their own center that services those calls. And so, you know, if we need extra funding or obviously staff, because I know people are, you know, don't have the capacity to do that. I hope that, you know, we would be able to fund that, because that's really important information, as well as just, I would also, I've said this before, like to understand how our current 911 system is working, since we kind of have this parallel system. And is there any way to change that, have one system, you know, why is it working the way it is, and things like that. So I just think it's important we have all that information.
Were you
Thank
finished?
you, Commissioner Howerton, Chair Howerton. First of all,
Mr.
safety and
Jacobs,
wellness.
hang on a second. Were you finished, Mr. Jacobs?
I would love to hear from Commissioner Burns. So I have one more comment, but I'll wait for her to respond.
Since you called on me.
Yeah.
But just to be clear, the Safety and Wellness Task Force does have a breakdown of all the calls. They got that about a month ago when they did a public records request. So I don't know why you don't have it, but they did make that request. The same way they made it, you can make it. As far as, and they did a presentation on it. And so as far as some of the call centers that we're talking about, I agree. There might be a need to merge those. And Sheriff Burkhead, you can answer this. I know that Commissioner Lum and I have actually been down there to the bullpen and seen your call center. Now, when the cities, and not to put this on the city, but when the main switchboard shut down, and I hate to do this to you, but quick yes or no, yours has never shut down. Is that correct? Could you or Jody clarify that for me?
We were only down momentarily. We were back up and running in very short order.
Right.
To assist, correct.
Right. So even when the other call center shut down, my question is, when we sent, when those calls were being sent all the way to Raleigh, was there ever a discussion to have those calls sent to your bullpen, to your call center? Or was it always, let's just send them straight to Raleigh and then send them back here? And I only bring that up because I said it in a meeting before, at some point, somebody needs to, and again, this is not to point the fingers, because I'm nobody's 911 expert, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for Jody and everybody else on that team. But the 911 call center in Raleigh, they don't know streets in Durham. Right. And we're looking at somebody's house about to be burnt down. So was there ever any conversation about having, again, this is the call center, the 911 call center that is outside of the county's purview. Was there ever any discussion about routing those calls through your office, sir?
No, Commissioner Burns, there was not.
And I would just like to throw out there, since Commissioner Jacobs brought it up, I think that if we do see, because everyone is sitting here looking at how we've lost positions, I want you all to think about every presentation that we have had. Right now, when Leonardo and Susan were on here the other week, there are hundreds of positions in food services that are going unfilled. Right now, the same way we're sitting here talking about the sheriff's office having more vacancies, 911 continues to have more vacancies. We are dealing with migration patterns of people leaving this community and not taking some of these jobs. I mean, that's just the reality. So when you think about job openings, I need you all to expand. Not everybody, I'm not trying to be rude, really realize that this is a problem employment wide, that we have jobs not being filled. Literally, if you go to a restaurant today, they will say we're hiring for bartenders, servers, managers, timekeepers. That is across the board. So that's at the sheriff's office, that's at 911, that's everywhere. So before we start snatching positions and talking about it, I do want us to think about those folks who are overburdened, and the fact that we have some departments, even in this county, where we are doing mandatory overtime. And all due respect, who on this board has ever done mandatory overtime in here other than me? That's all I wanted to know. And so I'll go back to the call center situation. And I would also ask that in the event that we do have a situation happen again, I'm hopeful that we can also talk about how we can route some of those calls through the county, especially if we have capacity. And that's just my 2 cents on that.
And Commissioner Burns, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Jacobs.
I just related to the data that came through the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force related to all the 911 calls in the city and the county. If you have access to that and can share that with us, that would be great. Thank you.
I'll send you the link of the recorded Zoom, and then I'll see if I can ask somebody if they can share that with you.
All right, thank you so much. And okay, I just have one final comment or question. It's just that my concern related to this grant is just more, I think, in line with what Commissioner Alam was asking about, is making sure that we're not providing any additional funding for this, and that also we're not creating new positions, new law enforcement positions, and also new vehicles to be maintained. I'm just concerned about the long-term costs to the county. So I just wanted to state that, you know, for the public record, especially when we have 81 vacancies, that I don't, you know, we just approved in the budget 3 new positions for the Sheriff's Department, and also, you know, $1.8 million for replacement vehicles. So I'm just concerned about the long-term impact. And I think doing these studies and assessments will really help us, you know, allocate the resources in the right place, so that hopefully, you know, Sheriff, that you will have people focused on the expertise that you all have related to the areas that the Sheriff's Office does best. And I do support, I am concerned about the data related to highway safety, and think that's important. So I look forward to the future discussions about this.
So I just have a couple of things, Sheriff Burkhead, and, you know, I'm looking at the data and I'm wondering, all this research that we're talking about, how is that impacting? We're talking about getting a grant. We're talking about, this is about applying for a grant. We're talking about the lives of, we're the 10th highest in overall fatalities, the 12th highest in alcohol fatalities, the 10th highest in unrestrained fatalities. These are about the lives of human beings. And the organization MAD supports this grant. So I'm perplexed about all the other conversation that takes time, that would or could interfere with applying for the grant. If putting this off and not applying for the grant, what does that mean?
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Your comments are well received and spot on in the rankings that we have here in Durham County, which is mind-boggling when you step back and think about all 100 counties and how we're in the top 10 in all those dangerous categories. This is clearly about saving lives on our highways. The amount of traffic that comes through Durham County today is is just enormous. And with all the building that's going on from RTP even to northern parts of the county, it's only going to get worse. I had a conversation just last week with our new colonel of the Highway Patrol. He too has about 80 to 100 or more vacancies. I don't recall the exact number, but he and I were talking about the strategies to address these traffic issues here in Durham, and he welcomes the help. As a matter of fact, we already partnered with them and have had a great partnership with our Highway Patrol, again, trying to address it. I think we have, during the nighttime hours, 1 trooper assigned to Durham County and all the highways that we cover throughout the county. And that's just unimaginable to me. I'd also like to point out that the most recent gun violence is occurring from cars. And when we stopped cars, as we did 2 weeks ago, we seized 2 or 3 weapons that were stolen, that were unregistered, high capacity magazines. So we are targeting our enforcement on the traffic with this grant, because that's what the grant says. But there's all the other ancillary products that we get when we stop cars for speeding or for a number of issues that can help curb crime, is what I'm saying. So yes, we need this grant. We can fund it, as already been stated, and moving forward, we'll reevaluate how we fund it. It's just a matter of saving lives.
Thank you, Sheriff Burkhead. That we can talk about a lot of things and we can do a lot of data analysis long term. The bottom line is are we willing to save lives right now? So thank you. Yeah, thank you. No other comments. We'll move on.
Commissioner Carter has her hand up.
Carter. Okay. All right. I can't. It's very hard to see you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just a couple of points I wanted to make, and maybe I'll have a question along the way, and I won't be long here. But I just want to say, first of all, that I do think that death by vehicle crashes is one of the areas of violence that we don't talk about enough when we're talking about violent crime in our communities. And it is an incredible public health, issue. And I really appreciate the way the sheriff has linked the two here, and that this is not only a, crime prevention approach, hopefully, but more importantly is, public safety, public health measure that the sheriff is trying to put into place here. And I definitely appreciate that. And I was interested to see the letters of support from MAD and from Satana DeBerry. It made me wonder, because I see this as a community safety and wellness initiative. It made me wonder if the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force had been asked to weigh in at all on this. It would be curious to know what their thoughts are on it. My only hesitancy is that I'm not interested in increasing the number of FTEs for armed law enforcement positions at this time, while our community is struggling to figure out how to best maintain the overall safety of our community and how we use armed responders. This is probably one of the areas where armed law responders are needed. I would like to learn more about that, but I'm assuming that is probably, this is an area, it's violent crime, and it is an area where in order to maintain safety, we need someone who's trained and who has a badge and a gun. But I don't know enough about that, and would be interested in knowing what others think on that, who are in the community wrestling with these issues. So I feel completely comfortable giving approval to apply for this grant, knowing that it will require a local match of close to $500,000 over 4 years. If we can get some reassurance that it's not going to require additional local funding for increased positions. I like the way it seems like the sheriff is saying we have some unfilled positions. we can use some of those for this community safety measure that's very needed. And let's get some federal funding to help us do that. That approach I really endorse. And I'm hoping that's what this is about.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Typically, that is exactly what grants are about, getting some federal funding or some state funding to help communities address issues. In this case, the traffic accidents and the traffic related crashes that we're experiencing. And you're absolutely correct. This is an area where we don't need to push this responsibility off on the amateurs. The law enforcement officers that work here in the sheriff's office are trained professionals to address these issues, to address the violent crime that you mentioned. As a matter of fact, North Carolina Chapter 20 in the Constitution does not allow unarmed individuals to respond to these traffic situations. These related, they can do parking enforcement and as meter maids, as you all may recall, but the statute absolutely forbids anyone who is not a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of North Carolina to respond and address and investigate traffic accidents of this nature. So we're right where we should be. And as it relates to the Community Safety Wellness Task Force, again, they have not reached out to me for comment on any category, on any topic, which I consider myself a subject matter expert in the areas of law enforcement. It's unfortunate that we have not had these conversations, but I remain optimistic that perhaps in the future we will. But in the meantime, it is all about saving lives. It is all about addressing the gun violence and the violence that we suffer from every day here in Durham. And it's about keeping our streets and highways safe for our young drivers who are inexperienced, who are on our roadways every day. School's about to open. We know that we're going to see a spike in traffic accidents as we go into the next school year. So this is all about saving lives and doing what I think and what my staff believe is the best thing and the best approach for this community. Thank you.
Okay, sure, thank you. If there are no other questions, comments, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you. Okay. Turn it back to you, Manager Hager.
All right, item 210475, capital project amendment number 227PA1. It's the fiscal year 22 appropriation of approved county contribution pay-as-you-go fund projects for multiple projects. And it's at $4.1 million. All right, 210476, capital project amendment number 22, capital project amendment 5, closing multiple completed capital projects and reducing multiple completed capital budgets to zero in preparation for closure and budget amendment transferring of $971,918.45 in unspent project funds. This is basically an accounting reconciliation to close out capital projects.
A lot of projects.
Yeah. All right. 210477, Board of County Commissioners review of the 21 Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistant Grant application. 210478, approving an increase of $250,000 in the maximum construction budget for Resolute Building Company for the administration building refurbishment project. 210450, interlocal agreement between the City of Durham, Orange County, and Durham County regarding the cost sharing for the transit plan.
I have some questions about that, but I'm going to wait and talk with Jay. We'll have a conversation with you later about it. It's just some clarification on some issues that I'd like to understand. but I'll give you a call and we'll talk it through.
Thank you. Well, Commissioners, this concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you, Claudia, for getting us through that. The next, we have some discussion items. 210467, it's the 500 East Main Street redevelopment, structured parking, programming, parking needs, analysis, update, and discussion. And the board is requested to receive an update on the programming phase, parking needs analysis for the 500 block, Main Street structured parking. And I'll ask Perry Mann, our Deputy Director of Engineering and Environmental Services, to introduce the presenters and begin this conversation.
So good morning, Commissioners, Manager Hager, Attorney Darby, and others on the call. Thanks for taking time this morning to hear this, I guess, much awaited presentation. So Monica, if you'll go to the next slide, please. And so since March of this year, the design team, Little Architects, as well as Kimley Horn, have been working diligently with county staff and others. I guess I would like to thank all of those stakeholders who helped us get to this point, particularly Rod Jenkins and his staff, Ben Rose and his staff, as well as Lois Harbin Raven of Veteran Services and her staff, as well as Ellen Beckman, the county's transportation manager, Tobin Freed, our sustainability manager, and others with respect to really trying to, I guess, hone in on what the county's parking needs were with this 500 East Main Street deck, particularly in this tough time. Right, as you guys know, where we are with all of the unknowns and the assumptions and just the uncertainties around the COVID virus, this work was very challenging. But you'll hear reference to some of that as we go through the presentation. So obviously today's objective is to review the analysis that was performed by the design team, as well as to get confirmation from the Board of County Commissioners on the space counts, and just confirmation that will allow us to progress into the next phase of design. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Eric Shoenagel from Little, and he can begin the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us on. Appreciate the time. If you could move to the next slide, please. So our agenda today is just going to introduce the 500 Main Street project quickly, refresh it for everybody in the call, discuss the county's parking needs at Human Services, review a shared parking analysis. That portion will be led by Kimley Horn, our consultants for that. And then at the end, we'd just like to come back to you and ask for authorization to move forward with the 500 deck at the parking counts that we've developed. So go to the next slide, please. So this is a developer's plan. Early on, you probably have seen this plan in previous updates. On the top left corner, you can see the 300 parking garage. Can we go back to that slide? Thank you. In the top left corner, you'll see the 300 parking garage with the affordable housing wrapper. On the sort of middle, you'll see the sort of squarish building. That's the Human Services building, and to the right of that is the 500 Main Street market rate, parking deck, and affordable housing to the south of that block. Next slide, please. So just to highlight the program requirements for the 500 block, we have 246 units of market rate housing. We have a 12,000 gross square foot grocery retailer at the corner of Main Street in South Elizabeth. We're proposing 195 units of affordable housing on the southern edge of the block. And then we've got a parking structure, which we're here to present today, that will support not only the retail, the housing, but also the Human Services building, as Perry alluded to before. Next slide, please. Just a quick idea of what the the market rate ground level plan looks like. You can see the deck in the middle, surrounded by the market rate housing, and the grocery in the top right hand corner. Next slide. So this is the affordable housing plan provided to us. It also kind of flanks an alley that separates the two projects, and you can kind of see the ground level plan here with some storage and units at the southern boundary of the block. Next slide. So when we talk about opportunities for reducing the parking, they seem to fall into four main buckets. Absenteeism is certainly one. That's the ability to adjust the parking ratio based on workplace trends. How many projects do we have? Excuse me, how many projects? How many people do we have working? And is there ability to do that based on the number of staff, the positions that need to be filled? Of course, public transit is a huge opportunity. We can leverage the public transit to address not only growth, but also increased visitor demand. Flexible work arrangements, as we've seen in a post-COVID world, is something that we've learned to operate effectively at home using flexible schedules. And then finally, support for alternative community options. Just what are the opportunities to ride share, bike to work, or develop other programs that allow us to reduce the total count that we need to have in the parking structures? Next slide. So when we met with the different groups, Perry alluded to them earlier, social services, when we met with Ben Rose on that, he's projecting 540 full-time employees currently. He's trending out to 625 in 2025. And I guess I should stop there and say, overall, we were looking at parking recommendation numbers through the 2025 model, in this model through 2025. And so we expect that to influence our numbers, but we hope to have public transit or other options available to us to help address growth after that point. What's unique about social services is that they learned how to operate, if you will, or were able to operate during the COVID from a work from home style. And so in working with Ben, he was able to identify that we would only need 375 parking spaces, which is about a 40% reduction in demand of the parking spaces from what we had originally presented about 2 years ago when we first started this conversation. One of the things that's unique about this is we're going to share the parking between the DSS, the Department of Public Health and Veteran Services, and the parking will be shared between the 300 block and the 500 block parking garages. Next slide, please. So in talking with Director Jenkins, we know that we have 260 full-time employees at the Public Health. 250 of them are full-time on site. 10 of them are currently remote and are expected to stay that way. But as we learned from Director Jenkins, these are frontline workers who must be on site to serve the public. And so we must provide parking for them as part of this study. Next slide, please. And then Veteran Services, currently they have 5 full-time employees, but they're projected to grow to 18 as they increase their outreach and begin program sharing with the Veterans Administration here in the county.
Let me jump in on that one real quick. And so, commissioners, the 18 FTEs that you see is not actually employees of Veteran Services. What Veteran Services does, they have a partnership with the Department of Commerce and the State Department of Veteran Affairs. And what they're doing is looking at expanding their services to bring in those partners to, let's say, help with like a career center, as well as helping veterans access healthcare benefits. So it's not 18 county employees per se, but it's us actually providing parking provisions for that expansion of services that we're referencing. So thank you.
Sure. We have the next slide, please. And so as we moved into sort of determining the total number of parking spaces needed, we had several parking considerations that we wanted to share with you. Currently, we're projecting 990 staff in the Human Services building through 2025. Traditionally, we would have provided 1 parking space per employee. It is important to note, we think that only 40% of the county staff live within the county. So there is a need for either parking or public transit to serve these facilities. The 300 block, just as a reminder, does include 87 spaces for the library for future growth. The majority of the social services parking is going to be in the 300 deck with the balance in the 500. Public health and veteran services will all be in the 500 deck. And then, as I mentioned before, the visitor spaces will be shared between the 300 and 500 decks. Go to the next slide, please. So this is just a tabular format of the same data that you saw previously. So we're looking at a total of 740 spaces are needed in the that, which accounts for a 40% parking reduction in staff for Durham County staff, most of that coming out of the Department of Social Services. Just as a reminder, in 2019, we were looking at 1,047 spaces. Now we're down to 470. Most of that is due to a remote work from home opportunities, which requires support. And then the final thing is we're expecting, both in post 2025 and in terms of visitor support, that we're going to leverage the public transit options and ride sharing to address growth in staff and visitor demand. So with that, I'll turn it over. Next slide, please. To Yeshua Pringle from Kimley Horn, who's going to give you some insight into the shared parking analysis.
Hey, good morning. So as far as the shared parking analysis, one of the first things to just make sure it's clear is we looked at opportunities to reduce the amount of parking that would need to be built through sharing a common parking supply. Typically in a parking deck, there are time of day factors where people come in and out, and we really wanted to figure out how to complement the different land uses from the 500 deck as well as the employee parking demand. So we looked at the total amount of parking that would need to be built if we were to look at each land use separately, and that totaled to about 1,400 spaces. So that's without sharing, we'd end up having to be in a situation where we build 1,400 spaces, and that's not, the highest and best use of the land space. We wanted to make sure to make that a lot more feasible. So when it comes to shared parking, we looked at ways to share a common parking supply, leveraging opportunities where with residents, they may be parking at night, but during the daytime, as the residents leave for work, employees can come in and use that same space so that we're optimizing the use of a parking deck. One thing to note for the 500 deck is that when it comes to this parking, the parking facility, we're expecting it to be fully shared. So we're not dedicating a large amount of parking spaces to one particular user group. We're really maximizing it so that everyone can move in freely and get the most of that out of the space. Next slide. So one of the first things we did is we started looking at the 300 deck to understand how that deck is planned and how it can be utilized to meet the projected parking demand. In the 300 deck, we're looking at about 753 spaces across a 7-level deck. And that is going to then be allocated where we have about 433 parking spaces dedicated to county staff, as well as for the main county library. So that takes up the top few levels. Levels 7 to 4 is going to be dedicated towards meeting that county employee parking demand from the departments that was previously stated by Eric. The next up for using that 300 deck for levels 2 through 4, we're looking at providing dedicated spaces for housing, retail, and visitors. And this is about 280 spaces. So that helps to meet some of the employee demand, visitor demand that would be coming to the county, as well as the residents of the affordable housing. And lastly, on that ground level, there are about 40 spaces that are providing quick access for the daycare, commercial use, and leasing office. So that really helps to take a portion of the employee demand as well as the visitor demand for the entire site, both the 300 site and the 500 site, and start to whittle that down so that we don't have to build as many spaces in the 500 deck. One of the things to note is that within the 300 deck, we are providing 29 ADA spaces, and that's going to be across levels 1 through 4, and that exceeds the minimum requirements by the national standards. You go to the next slide. So when it comes to the 500 deck, what we're seeing is that we would really need to, in order to accommodate the projected parking demand for county employees, for visitors, and then all of the new land uses that would be coming in with that 500 block, we would need to have about 876 spaces in a 7-level deck. And that's broken down to accommodate 336 spaces for county employees, Of note, those county employees are all within the departments that were previously stated. It's not the general county. Additionally, we have 138 spaces for market rate housing, 110 spaces for affordable housing, and then 292 spaces for retail, land uses, as well as visitors that will be coming to the county or the 500 block. One thing to make note of is that for these, this is numbers for the peak parking demand of the site. The demand is going to fluctuate by time of day, like I mentioned before, where at nighttime, the residential demand would increase on nights and weekends. But by providing a 876 space deck, we can accommodate that parking demand at nighttime and on weekends, as well as that peak demand where county employees would also be needing access to the site. And then at the 500 block deck, we're planning to provide 47 ADA spaces, which again exceeds the required amount of spaces for a deck of this size. Eric, I'll go ahead and turn it back to you.
Eric, you're muted.
Eric, I think you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, hit wrong button. Could you please move to the next slide? Thank you. Sorry about that delay. So, commissioners, as we've spoken to you today, we are looking for authorization to move forward. You've provided us the authorization for the 300 block in a previous session, but we're asking for approval to move forward with an 876 space deck in the 500 block. The deck will be a fully shared block between all users. Fully shared deck between all users. Visitor spaces will be shared between the 300 and 500 for the Durham County Health Services building. No nesting or dedicated parking is going to be provided in the 500 deck. And so I just wanted to recap that the original recommendation for the project back in 2019, when we last presented to you, was 1,925 spaces. Now, through the efforts of Durham County, we are now able to recommend 1,629 spaces, resulting in a reduction of 296 spaces. So move to the next slide, please. We'll take any questions that you may have and turn it back to Perry. If you could just direct the questions to anybody that you'd like us to answer, Perry, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. So Eric, one thing I think that, and you touched on this during the presentation, but the reduction in parking by the Department of Social Services, we're providing them a total of 375 parking spaces for roughly over 600 employees through 2025. With that consideration, commissioners, we need to be mindful that what DSS is requesting is they are requesting a, I guess, a adoption or acceptance or continuation of the work from home model full time to allow us to proceed in this direction. And so I do want to make that point. That's very important as we sort of go through the considerations for the space counts.
Thank you for your presentation. Harry, just a question about the reduction in the 216 spaces. Does that mean there's a reduction in overall cost?
Yes, Commissioner, that's a great point. And that is another reason, aside from just, I guess, the sustainability initiative and the initiative to reduce parking and take advantage of the multiple modes of transportation that may be coming online. That is a significant factor. And that's why we wanted to keep the deck within the 7-level 876 spaces that Eric has mentioned throughout the presentation. Obviously, we are trying to bring this project within the budget that has already been allotted for both of these 300 and 500 developments. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Burns?
This will be really quick. And again, I'm all about, I appreciate that, you know, people took steps to save. One, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Perry. Thank you. Is it Joshua? Did I say, okay, Mr. Fringle. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, everybody who put this together. And again, I was not here on the beginning of those conversations, and somebody might have to follow up with me later. I understand the economics behind reducing some of the spaces. What I'm struggling with is, I guess, data overload from other metrics downtown. You know, the fact that 97% of office space or 93% of office space is occupied downtown, and that there are more small businesses and restaurants and retail spaces moving downtown. And I know that, you know, there are no dedicated spaces in this deck. And I get that it's not as close to everything else. But as we look at the fact that parking has gone up significantly downtown, I heard somebody talk about this yesterday, especially when we think about street parking. I recognize that you all, the statement that was made a second ago, and I'm a paraphrase, that, you know, due to some of the changes that the county made, we were able to reduce some of these spaces. And it might not necessarily be on the county to do this. I say all this to say, those 296 spaces I almost feel like might have been beneficial for visitation, might have been beneficial for retail, might have been beneficial for restaurants. And again, we're past that now. So those are just my thoughts. Did we think about all? I know we did. I guess my question is, do the gains outweigh what we could have gotten out of those 296 spaces, especially as we look at our downtown growing and getting more congested? So that's my question.
So Commissioner Burns, that's an excellent question. And we've sort of went through all of these scenarios and recommendations and analysis. And so there's a couple of good points, and I'm sure others can add to what I'm going to say. But let's be mindful that the county model that we're recommending is basically going to open this deck up to Joe Public, let's say after hours and on weekends.
Right.
And so that gives the, I guess, the business entities some of that, I guess, assistance with parking downtown to further grow Durham. I'm fortunate to be on the downtown parking committee representing the county along with Crystal Thomas. And so what we're hearing is that there's actually an abundance of parking downtown. The issue with parking downtown is that it's not synced up and no one knows where to go specifically to access that parking.
Right,
and so
right.
Through these projects that we're doing, we're working directly with them. When I say them, the city of Durham and private deck owners, they're also representing us on that committee, to have a system by which there will be an app on your phone that will connect all of the downtown parking availability. So any citizen visiting downtown Durham, as I always say, they don't care whether it's a county deck, a city deck, or a publicly owned deck. They just want a space. And so by having that software, that infrastructure in place, of which we are programming, it's consistent with what the city has provided on their decks and will continue to provide on their decks. We will have that access and that app set up to cover that issue that you just mentioned. So others can sort of pipe up if they need to, but I think we've done a pretty solid job with sort of trying to, I guess, just bring this home within the constraints and the parameters that we're dealing with. So thank you.
No, Mr. Manson, please know, new kid on the block here. If you don't know, you don't ask. So that, you know, I promise you, I hardly ask you or your team anything. I do try to take the time to go through the presentations. And also, I didn't mention, I thought about it because the other thing that we have is, you know, we still don't know what we're doing with DSS's building. And you know, I'm thinking about, you know, what services, you know, if we put a law clinic there, if we put artists in residencies there, whatever we end up doing, I'm always thinking about that. And I do not forget that you all are engineers and that you all are forward thinking and you think about these things spatially as well. But I feel much better. Can't wait to use the app myself, and I will yield the rest of my time to my colleagues. And I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Other questions, comments from board members? Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, first of all, thank you, Perry, Joshua, and Eric. And I'm thrilled with this reduction of 296 spaces. This was lots of conversation about this over the past few years, about the importance of us also just modeling support for transit, trying to keep cars from coming into downtown. So just to go back to, in terms of the cost that you raised, Commissioner Howerton, how much is a parking space? Because it's like astoundingly expensive in a parking deck. Can you remind us what the cost is per space approximately?
Commissioner, I think we can safely say it's around $30,000 per space.
Okay, so saving now, so does that mean that we're saving, is this correct, $9 million?
That means potentially yes, but let's be mindful that if we were to go with the full blown without doing this analysis, we would have obviously had to come back to the board requesting more funding. What we're doing right now is bringing the project in line with the budget that we have, hopefully. Obviously, we'll see when we get the hard numbers, but based on the estimates we're getting, we think we're close. So
okay, well, I just think it's important to like put that into perspective, that it's $30,000 per parking space in a parking deck. That's a lot of money. And then, you know, again, not building these additional almost 300 spaces is saving $9 million in taxpayer money. That's just a lot of money for parking. So I would also, and thank you for mentioning, Perry, about the new technology. I recently was over at one of the clinics at Duke Hospital, and it was fantastic to drive into that parking deck, and you drive in and it tells you exactly where there is a parking space. Like it says, you know, space number 23 is available. And, you know, all of us have spent time driving around parking decks looking for parking spaces, which can be so frustrating. So I know just for especially some of the new board members, we're going to have, if you could just clarify that technology in both of these decks, is that correct?
He just did.
He just did that. Yes,
right. Okay.
That is correct.
Right. So that when you walk in, you know, drive in, you'll see that. Could you also talk a little bit about how you factored in, Joshua, ways to how did you look at how we could incentivize staff to use transit or any of the I know the city's using some programs. Did you all look at that, and will you have any recommendations for us about that?
So Joshua, I'll take that question. So Commissioner, another excellent question. But again, that's why we had Ellen Beckman, the city's transportation manager, on board as a part of this process. And so obviously in her new role with the county, that is what she basically just hit the ground running, and she basically brought in all of these, I guess, concepts or new technologies that may be available sometime in the near future around all of this. And so we're significantly relying on, I guess, just evolutions in this whole transportation demand management, this whole idea around what's going to be available to really get these numbers to what you see today. And so that's really the response to your question.
Okay, well, thank you, Perry. So it sounds like we'll be looking for a whole strategy around TDM and everything with the parking decks. And I just want to say, as chair of the DSS board, because you mentioned this, Perry, that you know the number of staff that are teleworking has been very successful, and a lot of the DSS staff really enjoy that because obviously we have people who now are having more time with their families. They're not commuting. They can have more time with their children, and it gives staff that flexibility. Plus, I mean, county IT has been amazing helping us to implement that. And so I think I'm excited about that being offered to our staff long-term. And lastly, can you remind us, Perry, did we implement in one of these decks the ability to eventually, maybe in the future, to convert the deck into housing?
So I will let Eric Shoenagel take that and talk about, the design in respect to repurposing it in the future.
So one of the challenges that we have of a larger deck, a 7-story deck, is just the efficiency of navigating up into the deck. So currently, Commissioner, we're looking at what's called a double helix. So we have ramping going in 2 directions. And so we've explored that as an option, but the efficiency of getting in and out of the deck for the county employees drove us into a decision to go with this double helix. So we don't have the capability of being able to do that because we have 1 flat bay, which is up against the existing or proposed construction. 2 bays of it are helix or ramped areas. So we can't repurpose the ramp area effectively. So we could consider that as an option as we go forward if that's a request to do that. But our initial assessment was that we needed the double ramp for efficiency of getting in and out of the deck for the county employees.
Okay, I know that this board did ask a few years ago that be something that was looked at as an option for the future. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I would love to hear in the future, if that is an option to let us know. Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have one more quick question. This is regarding seniors and people with disabilities. And given that it's going to be a high-rise deck, and the next conversation we will have is about master aging plan. Will there be any accommodations for seniors or disability on the lower levels of the parking deck?
Do you want me to address that, Perry?
Yes, Eric, thank you.
Sure. So we will typically distribute, Commissioner, all of the different levels with ADA spaces throughout that. We did not make a special provision for senior parking. All the ADA parking is placard driven, meaning you have the sort of ADA placard that would be provided. But we have spaces on the ground level, which is a larger number on the ground level so that we have efficiency getting from the ground level over to the Human Services building. But we also distribute those spaces vertically throughout the building as well, so that as the different uses in the building, meaning the market rate and the retail, they have access to those spaces on the different levels as well. So there's a larger than required number based on the North Carolina State Building Code requirements. So we're in excess of that to address that. How the county chooses to sign some of these spaces, they could choose to do that potentially, or encourage that in different means, but they are distributed throughout the facility.
And to piggyback, this is Joel Dabrowski, a little to piggyback on Eric's comment, all those spaces are placed closest to elevators, and we always have redundant elevators so that if one breaks down, there's always another one that should be working at the same time. There's actually a series of elevators, but they will be placed closest to the corner where people typically access the front door to the DSS building.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Perry, all of you for your report this morning. Great work. If there are no other questions from commissioners, I don't see any hands. Can move on to our next item. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, do you need a vote this morning, or do you need
no vote? Or we just need confirmation that you guys are in acceptance with us moving ahead with the 876 space deck. So thank you.
Chair Howerton, if I could, this is such an exciting project. I hate to just sit without saying anything.
Sure.
Just want to express excitement for this and deep appreciation for what I feel like seems like decrease the amount of parking. Really appreciate all the work and analysis that went into that, and just looking at all of our partners assembled here today in our little boxes. Want to thank you all, and this is really exciting to see this moving forward with in such a way that's meeting all of our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Next item, commissioners, is another discussion item. 210457, the City County Strategic Youth Initiative update on key activities. This is a quick update for about 15 minutes. The board is requested to receive an update regarding the City County Strategic Youth Initiatives based on the City of Durham's Office on Youth. And I'd like to introduce Laura, Director of the City of Durham's Office on Youth, and Kate Elder of the Durham County Early Childhood Coordinator to present this conversation.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Good morning. I'm going to pitch it over to Jalen Seekers to kick us off and welcome us into this space.
Yes, thank you, Laura. Good morning,
Hi,
Chair
Jalen.
Howerton. Oh, hey.
Yeah, hi, Jalen. I
Hey,
wasn't expecting you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning to you, Chair Howerton, County Commissioners, and the Durham community tuned in. Like I expressed already, it's good to see you all again. My name is Jalen Seegers. I'm a project assistant in the City of Durham Office on Youth. Also, a rising junior at North Carolina Central University, and I have the pleasure in opening our session today. I'm joined by my colleagues from the Office on Youth, Nora McDuffie, Elise Fraser, and Laura Khalil, and we are grateful to all be here with you today. Next slide, please. So today, during our time, we'd like to share some key updates since the last time we met was in the last December last year. We like to start with grounding in our values and vision before moving into some of our key updates. And around this time, we'll focus on two in particular, the Durham Youth Leadership Fund and the upcoming Durham Youth Commission restructure. Next slide, please. We shared this in December and we wanted to lift it up again, but we believe that young people's voices are important and that they deserve to be a part of the decisions that affect them and their communities. We work to achieve our vision by creating opportunities for young people to be decision makers in local government and working to improve city and county youth services for all children and youth ages 5 through 24. And we work to do this, with a lot of different partners. Next slide, please. So getting into some of our updates now, I'm excited to share that in February, we released our Youth Listening Project report. We've shared about the purpose of the project and we've shared about the process in previous updates, but here, are some key cornerstones of the process. So in the end, we had over 800 touch points with young people, caregivers, and service providers, and the report ended with the findings of 30 recommendations and what we think should happen and come next. Next slide, please. So speaking of that, we've said it before and we believe this, that this report is not a report that collects dust on a shelf. You can see here the various ways we've worked to move things forward, and we'll talk about the last two a bit more in particular in a few moments. We'll continue to engage young people in the comprehensive plan, and because we heard so much from young people about transit, we're planning a series of youth engagement sessions related to the transit plan survey in August. We recognize that many of the recommendations in the report do not fall within our sphere of influence, but some do. And we are committed to stewarding the recommendations and moving them forward in alignment with the work of our office. This also includes uplifting work that's already been going around and going on with other organizations as well. And now I'll turn it over to Laura to move us forward.
Thanks, Jalen. Next slide, please. Good morning, Commissioners. Laura Khalil, City County Youth Initiatives Manager and Office on Youth Director. I'm excited to share updates about our Youth Leadership Fund with you. Just as a quick reminder, at our last meeting in December, we updated our interlocal agreement to include additional county funds from the nonprofit funding program to launch this program. The purpose was to fund community-based groups and young people working to advance the listening project priorities. We saw this as a really concrete way to move into an implementation and action era. So just a few notes on process. We took a very intentional process to scoping out what this program was going to look like, what we'll be focused on. And the first step was forming this fabulous team pictured here. There were 6 young people and 6 adults. And there were 7 community members on the team who were also compensated for their time. So a mix of staff and community members. And together we narrowed down the funding focus to these 3 areas based on various inputs. We centered the same identities as in our listening project. And we also added young people who have aged out of foster care and young people with disabilities. We considered at all steps of the process, accessibility, right? Who is the audience for this to apply for and receive these funds, and how can we make it accessible to that audience? Especially thinking about young people who might want to apply, and also community groups who haven't historically had access to grant programs like this. So some examples are we used a short interest form for initial submissions. And then we hosted virtual pitch sessions with selected applicants where we got to have conversations and hear more about their ideas. So trying something a little different for an application process. We offered Spanish language access at every step of the process, and we supported applicants in lots of ways. We supported them in drafting their initial submissions, preparing for pitch sessions, and even providing post-session feedback if they weren't selected to move forward. So a lot of care was built into this process. Next slide, please. So we received over 50 applications, that was really exciting for us, totaling in over $700,000 in requests. And here are the final 10 grantees. There's a lot on this slide. Of course, this is more of a reference slide, a quick snapshot of what everyone will be doing in the next year. But a quick scan, you might notice there's a range of innovative and creative ways our community partners envision doing this work. So we're really excited to be learning alongside them and supporting them in their journey. We're also happy to share that for all the projects, any young person that is serving in a leadership capacity is being compensated for their time. And about half the projects, you can see the pink stars, are being led by a young person or have a young person on their planning team. So the contracts are being finalized right now, and we are really excited to get started. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of what our year will look like. We'll be working with the grantees in a cohort model, so hosting convenings with all of them during the year, where they'll get to network, share progress, successes, lessons, and just general connecting. We'll be providing extensive support to the grantees. We'll be promoting their events and successes and uplifting their work in whatever way is beneficial, and also connecting young people to opportunities that arise from all of these projects. And at the end of the year, grantees will submit a final report of their accomplishments, measures of success, reflections, etc. And yeah, that's what I'll say for now. Happy to take questions about it at the end, and I'll turn it over to Elise to share more about our Durham Youth Commission restructure.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Elise Frazier. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a youth engagement manager for the City of Durham's Office on Youth. So this morning, I'm pretty excited to share with you about the upcoming restructuring of the Durham Youth Commission, which will become the Change by Youth Ambassador Program, or CBY. Thank you for changing the slide. I appreciate it. So this change is in direct response to what we heard from young people during our youth listening project, and from city and county departments and community partners. There was like a very prominent desire in our community to have more opportunities for young people to engage in local government as not just leaders, but also decision makers. So we had a chance to actually pilot our own ambassador cohort during the youth listening project. This was very successful for us, and it led to a lot of opportunities for young people to be decision makers in other departments and not just our own, and to really engage their peers in the work that they were doing. So even, oops, sorry, hit my computer. But like even now, right, like months after the youth listening project is over, many of our ambassadors continue to be engaged and work with other city and county projects outside of our office, right? And so when we talk about like the scope and impact that our ambassador program had, not just on young people, but also other projects, right? It's a very successful model. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about what the Change by Youth ambassadors will do. Thank you. And so some of the things that they will do is like and I'll get to this slide in a second, but one, they'll provide consultation to other city and county departments, right? They will, two, engage and inform other young people on what's happening in Durham local government, right? They'll also, three, lead and facilitate trainings for other young people and adults. And then the kind of fourth thing that they'll do is they'll continue to connect with elected officials and other decision makers as a way to advocate for issues that young people think are important, right? And so I want to just kind of give you a snapshot of like how this new program will change what the DYC previously did and what will remain the same. So I don't have time to kind of really go into each of them, but I do want to highlight a few of them. So the first thing I want to highlight is the size of the cohort will change, right? The DYC as it is now has spaces for 15 members. The Change by Youth cohort will have 10. And the reason for this change is that we've noticed with our previous ambassador cohort that having a smaller number of young people really ups the quality of the experiences that young people have, right? That we're able to deliver as an office for the young people. So they have a greater impact in their experiences. They're really able to kind of bond as a community and form a community versus when there were a larger number and people kind of just like, everybody didn't feel as connected when the numbers were bigger, right? And also I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if that was a question. But yeah, so that's one of the changes. And then kind of moving on to the other, so the model will switch from a commission to a cohort or more of an ambassador style. And this really help us align the work of the new ambassadors with the work of our office. As you know, boards and commissions often work separate, right? Then the departments that maybe have a liaison for them, right? And this way, the cohort will really be fully integrated into the work of the Office on Youth. There will still be opportunities for young people to engage with elected officials and other decision makers. And it will still be open to young people who live in Durham City or County. We actually opened it up so that if a young person is in school in Durham City or County, they also, even if they don't currently live here, right? One of the other major changes is that the DYC focused on high school age youth, where this cohort will instead focus on young people 16 to 24. So we really get that older and broader lived experiences of young people in Durham. And the age group, those 18 to 24-year-olds are age groups that we've often missed, right? And so we want to focus some attention on them as well. The last kind of thing is that this cohort will also spend much more time, we'll have much more time with them than we had with the previous DYC. So the DYC met twice a month for 2 hours, and then any additional planning meetings they had. This cohort will meet for about 17 hours a month. So we're really upping the quality of time and the amount of time that we give to the cohort. Next slide, please. Oh. So next, things that will happen is that we are getting ready to launch our application in a few weeks. The goal is to have the members seated by October, and you'll definitely hear about it with launch, right? We'll reach out and let you know, because we could use your help in like really getting into the corners of Durham that maybe we aren't quite yet connected with. There is and will be, so there is a 2003 city resolution that established the creation of the DYC. And after some consulting with our legal office, we were able to move ahead with the restructure under the current resolution because it doesn't shift the kind of spirit of that resolution and the new thing that we are doing. But since the resolution is almost 20 years old, it's time to update it, right? So once a new cohort is established and they're under the way, we'll be working with them to update that resolution. And so we'll be coming back maybe to talk about that. And then I'm gonna pass it on to Nori. And next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nori McDuffie. I am the project assistant for the City of Durham Office on Youth. And in the last minute or so, I'll close us out with some Office on Youth highlights. So we continue to grow our youth engagement network, mostly through our very active resource sharing listserv, which now has over 260 providers. We hope to convene folks in this network again around the listening project findings later this year, when it's safe to do so, of course. We've also continued working with the Durham Network of Care on enhancing the navigation on their youth services page. It can be accessed directly and has a new URL, which will begin to promote this fall. We've also been preparing a list of all the city and county services for young people with short descriptions and reference links that will be housed on our website. And finally, we are committed to amplifying the experiences and needs of of young people in Durham, as we shared earlier. And so here are some ways that we've been doing that. We supported the development and launch of a new youth-led art zine called Sawubona. And it is really just a zine that is meant to give space for young people to speak truth to power through art. We also co-sponsored a panel on youth activism and leadership along with other partners, which was hosted by We Are, and I had the opportunity to moderate the discussion. And it was just really nice to be in conversation with other young people and being able to, get an insight about their brilliance. And it was really motivating to be in that space. And other people felt the exact same way. And yeah, so next slide, please. And so that sort of closes out. Are there any questions or comments that you all have for us?
So, I'm trying to control myself and not just kind of jump up out of my seat here. It's just, so Nori, Jalen, congratulations on graduating. I love the things that you guys are doing, and I can't contain myself here. One of the things, I love what you're doing, and one of the things that I'd love to just suggestion to add to what you're doing. Years ago, I proposed that we have young people presenting their issues, doing a panel conversation as they present themselves as 5 commissioners in the seats that the commissioners sit in with their peers doing the pros and the cons. To be able to do a presentation for the commissioners, but the youth are in the seats, not the commissioners, and we are listening to what your issues are. Now, we know that you can't make policy, but what you can do is have those conversations in those seats and doing it maybe every 6 months or however you want to do it. I just think to kind of add that to what you're doing, it may be a little bit more than staff wants to do, but I just think to add that to the elected officials conversation would be something that I'd just like to put out there and have you chew on. But thank you so much for your presentation. And I'll go to the other commissioners just a second. One of the things that you said in your report was that transportation is challenging for youth, and also that there were certain parts of the community because of COVID that you did have an opportunity to talk to. So can someone just kind of weigh in on that a little bit?
Sure, thanks for that question. Does anyone want to kind of give some highlights about some of what we heard about transportation? And this project was conducted, the listening project was conducted before COVID. And so we were able to meet in person, but some of our sessions did get canceled as a result of that. And we understand that there's some identities that we weren't able to reach through the project because of those canceled sessions. They were specific to centering those identities, and those included residents of public housing, young people who, Indigenous and Native young people, and also young people, immigrant and migrant young people. Although we have reflections of those perspectives in the listening project with those 800 touch points, those are areas we're really clear about that we didn't get to talk to specifically. And so those are on our mind in terms of how we do future engagements, and making sure their perspectives are centered in our work. And so I wanted to ask if somebody wants to give some like highlights about what we heard around transportation. And again, this was pre-COVID, but I think a lot of the things we heard are still relevant right now. Yeah. And I'm happy to do, I just want to offer my team that space.
I can mention what we heard. So we had 6 focus areas throughout the project, and transportation was one of them. And throughout some of the listening conversations, we heard that there was a lot of different things around transportation, and they kind of coexist with safety, which was one of our other key focus areas throughout the project. But specifically around transportation, we heard that on public transportation, specifically buses, that conditions while riding the buses weren't safe for young people, in terms of whether that is the actual structures and designs of the buses, or just how some of the interactions we heard that young people were faced with while riding the bus. We also heard that sidewalks and bus stops and structures weren't as accessible for young people in terms of waiting and waiting for buses to come, and they needed to be rebuilt or redesigned. And another thing that's coming to mind, we heard about there was there was lack in some of the times that buses would arrive. So times didn't come always as planned or always as scheduled. So accessibility in that, and getting to and from places. And like I mentioned before in the presentation, we heard a lot about it in the listening project, and we've tried to make sure we've been responsive to the needs and to what we heard in the listening session. So we do plan on doing diving in a little bit deeper around transit and to gain some more experiences, specifically, you know, in addressing the August survey around transit and some of that engagement as well. But yeah, if anyone else on the team has anything else to add, but those are some of the things that, you know, are coming to mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Burns. And then it'll be, then I'll go to Commissioner Long.
Yes, ma'am. I will be very quick. I was going to harp on the transportation conversation. I really was. I'm happy that you asked it before I did. And I want to echo for everybody who's listening. Now you hear the children telling you, and I hate to call you all children, but we'll say youth. We'll say youth. We've heard it from the community, and we have so many groups that purport to work on transportation who do not have these young people at the table. And it is a very tone deaf conversation. If you all looked at the 20+ page document that they gave us, they also mention it. So we sit here and we talk about accessibility with schools. We do not have bus stops at our schools. We saw a grandparent put a quote, if you took the time to read the document that they shared. So they're worried about their kids getting to school. They're worried about lighted bus stops. They're worried about access. So this transportation issue is a senior issue. It is a work issue. It is a youth issue. And I don't know how many times we have to hear it. And when we talk to our congressional staff and we don't even ask them for the additional funding that we need, I've seen the request that went to congressional staff and this wasn't in it. So I'm happy that the young people pointed this out to me today, because now we don't even have to sit here and pretend like it. I won't say pretend. I would just say we no longer will I sit idly by and watch full efforts be made toward transportation by some folks. When, as much as I can appreciate trails, I can appreciate rails, at the end of the day, I want our babies to be able to get to school, whether it's by bus, their mama's car, or on a school bus, and also for our bus drivers and our cafeteria workers. But I digress, because that was not my point. I took some time to go through the document, and one of the things that I did notice, the word job wasn't in there. Work was in there a lot of time, but it was work with. We didn't see apprenticeship. We only have about 200 apprenticeships, I think, around the city and the county through the Youth Works program. And I recognize, I want y'all to know I'm not tone deaf to the fact that we do have babies working to help pay bills in mommy and daddy's house, because it's really tough now. I'm not tone deaf to that. But what I will say is that since 2008, 2009, we have not gotten back to the point where we have young people working in fast food restaurants, right? Fast food was supposed to be intermittent. If you worked in Hardee's like I did, you didn't learn how to flip burgers. You learned how to run Hardee's. If you worked in a Harris Teeter in the other big box grocery store, you didn't learn how to bag groceries. You learned what it meant to stock and to evaluate and to restock. So there's some things that you can pick up. And I think for me, when you say you want to be a part of the process, it will be cool if you all could learn about policies. So I'm just wondering, of the young people here, as we reimagine this idea about work, because I don't like the idea of young people working, but I do like the idea of them being introduced to new experiences. Nori, nobody can say that you don't like public speaking. You do such a great job of it, but you smiled a little harder when you said you were able to facilitate the We Are session, because public speaking and facilitating are different, because what you picked up was I can control a crowd, I can call on people, I can keep a conversation. So you picked up some additional skills there. So I want to know from you all, in this conversation, what are you all hearing about young people who actually want to work, want opportunities, and it just seems like the city or the county is not necessarily listening at times. Not that we're not listening, but 200 when we could do a public-private partnership and get you all out here. And let me be clear, I'm not talking about our board before you all answer. I do know the strides that my board has taken to pick up internships and externships. I do know about those. I can't see my board members' faces, but I imagine they're like, what is she talking about? I see your faces. So just your thoughts on young people not necessarily working, but picking up apprenticeships at this time. And I know that was a lot. Elise, Nori, I'm gonna call on you. I used to be a teacher, don't make me do it. Jalen, don't you say nothing. Kate, Laura, don't say it. Yeah, unmic yourself.
Oh, okay, so first, I think I should be clear that I am technically not a young person. I'm
okay.
youthful in appearance. So if I pause, it's because it seemed like that question was directed to our young people.
You do look youthful.
I do.
You do look youthful.
Thank you.
You
I will give it over to them though.
Nori.
Yeah, I'll try to answer your question the best I can. And I may need a little bit of a reminder if I may not answer it quite directly. But I think when it comes to young people working and when it comes to young people having the opportunity to do apprenticeships, I think it's really like kind of like the work that we're doing is really working to create, making sure that young people are able to get into leadership opportunities and making sure that, we are talking to service providers and organizations to create more opportunities for young people. And so, I think for me, it's like making sure that there are opportunities that there's 200, by some time in the future that there's, is double of that. And I think that I like the idea that young people will have the chance to be in leadership roles or have apprenticeships that are beneficial to them to be able to learn new skills. And I think our office is, really trying to do that work. We do youth engagement. Our youth ambassador program was centered around that. When we were doing the listening sessions, though, young people weren't, there were conversations about that and we were following their lead of what they wanted to talk about. Certain things came up with that as well. And so, yeah, I really think that it's a necessary thing that would be beneficial is just making sure that the opportunities are there. And that looks like adults doing that work and doing that outreach. Does that answer your question?
I'm gonna stop because we're over time, but that was perfect. Because if I can say I extracted from that more opportunities are needed, we would love to see more in the future. And as adults, we should be taking that on, not you all. That was all I needed. Thank you so much.
And Commissioner Burns, you also mentioned policy, that for our young people to be engaged in conversations around policy. And I think taking on the possibility of young people presenting their policies and at the chamber for us as commissioners and for their peers, I think would be a great opportunity for them to begin to have those kinds of conversation, pros and cons.
I think you should lead it up, Chair Howardson.
As a future conversation.
No, because he just said it's up to the adults to do it. I think you should lead it up. I can't wait.
I'd be more than happy to work with our young people to make that happen, because this has been something that has been staring with me for years, and I would love to be a part of giving it over to them. I present the idea and work with our young people to make it happen. So, Commissioner Lum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I first want to also just say thank you to Laura and Elise for all of the work that you guys put in of being mentors to our youth. And I just know, if there were support systems like y'all when I was younger, when I was a teenager, it would have made a world of difference. So thank you so much for all the work you guys do to support our youth here in Durham. I also want to say to Nori and Jalen and other members of the Office on Youth, whenever y'all are ready to run for office yourselves, please reach out to me and reach out to us, because you guys are who we need running for office. You guys have been doing an amazing job with at such a young age, and we need youth leaders to step up to run. So please feel free to reach out. I did have 2 questions, and these are more so questions of also how can we support you in these areas. I was wondering around outreach to youth who may have different ability needs. what type of outreach is being done, and like what type of support have they been saying that like they would really like to see from the city and the county, and also outreach to, I know a lot of the work you do is within the city limits, but outreach to youth in like the Bahama and Rougemont area. How can we as a board support you in that outreach and support of those youth?
Yeah, I can start this question. As far as young people with disabilities, we have intentionally made our spaces and created our spaces in a way that young people, regardless of like disabilities, and those are physical, mental, or learning disabilities, like can feel welcome and safe in that space. And so some of that is like naming that, right? Naming that this is a space for young people to come to, but then also actually doing the work to make sure that the space is safe. And so previously, so in the past, some of the work that we have done was work with some students from UNC who I believe they were, I don't think that they were social work students. I think that, but they worked with young people with disabilities, and they helped us kind of craft a plan for how we can make our spaces safe. So that's one thing that we've done. As far as like intentional engagement, that's something that we have to think about some more, right? Like intentionally seeking out and engaging. But then as far as like reaching out to more like rural, non-city young people in Durham, that has been something that has been a priority for us for the last few years, right? And so at different points, we have connected with like Northern High School to make sure, and some parents in Northern to make sure that we were reaching out to young people in the like rural communities. All of our opportunities are open to young people, regardless of whether they live in the city lines or in the county lines. And to like the question about transportation, that was something that we heard a lot about, was that young people needed more access to like public transportation out in the kind of further reaches of Durham. And so it's something that we're definitely thinking about and is a priority for us. Yeah, but if you all had any more strategies from like constituents that live in rural Durham about how we can engage their young people more, we'd be open to hear them. Right now, a lot of our engagement looks like centering schools that young people in rural communities go to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Carter, do you have anything you want to weigh in as well? Okay. And I, totally apologize. We are over time on this. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I also want to express my appreciation to all of you for your great work and for your engagement with us and your leadership. I really appreciate hearing about the results of the nonprofit funding process. First of all, just how you all did it, and then the fact that you're going to have a cohort model and you're going to continue to work with and engage with the organizations. And I was really glad when I read through the list that most of the organizations I have never heard of before, which is fantastic, because, we tend to find in Durham at a certain point, some of the same groups get funded over and over again. And so that really reflects that you all did have a very inclusive process, that most of them I just don't know anything about. So I really look forward to hearing more about these different groups and what everyone does. And also, the fact that you all now have 260 providers on the Yo Durham listserv is amazing. I'm on that, and I get all those emails. And frankly, every week I'm like, wow, we have so many resources in Durham. We have so many opportunities. And it seems like our challenge is always, how do we get that information out to people? How do we really reach young people in our community. And I'm just wondering, Jalen and Nuri, just from your experience, I mean, it's fantastic. I appreciate Laura and Elise, you know, you heard from our board years ago, we want a website. We want, you know, it's like, yeah, it's the old, you know, fogies like us who like, we're used to the traditional website and all of that. And that's important to have all that. But I would just really like to hear, what is the way for us to get this information out to people to young people in our community? What, you know, just what are your thoughts about that? Because that's also important for us to know at the county level for our staff.
I can start, and then yeah, if Nori has anything to add, if I miss anything. But I think a lot of it kind of alludes to what Nori mentioned, but before, in terms of the opportunities and adults really taking the time to create these spaces, right? But also making sure that they are welcoming and that they are supportive and responsive to the needs of community, and specifically the young people in these communities. And I think that we heard a lot about, these aren't questions that have just popped up. We heard a lot about that in response to the listening sessions. And I think projects to what we've done have, those have been ways to respond to that, right? To go into community in a, you know, genuine, authentic way, and to just listen to what community is saying, and then taking that and you know, creating other spaces or other opportunities to respond to that, right? So I think in addressing your question, I would say I think that's been huge, right? And then just doing I guess going the extra mile to create, you know, to create those opportunities, allow those things to be seen for young people, can be responsive and be a part of these opportunities and spaces.
Thank you. And I hope our county government can partner with you all on that. And I also hope you all will have the opportunity to check out the main library. And I know that I really hope that becomes a real gathering place for youth in our community, and that young people will feel comfortable there and will just use, you know, all the resources there. My last thing was going to be to ask you all. Yes.
Can I respond to your question just for
sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
So I just want to highlight something that Jalen said that's really important, right? Like Jalen talked about, like organizations and adults kind of like going the extra mile and reaching out to young people. And I just want to like highlight this one example of how we saw that play out in our own work. So when we were doing the reflecting back sessions, we wanted to have Spanish only sessions, right? We wanted to create a space where our Spanish speaking residents could feel free, where they could like discuss the recommendations fully, right? Without having to have like simultaneous translation happen and feel isolated by that. And the times where we were recruiting on our own without like partnership, it was hard, man. It was so hard to get like young people into that space, right? Because we didn't have the connections. But the moment that we started recruiting, we had a partner who made phone calls, right? That partner had connections to like parents. They also had connections to young people. And that was and when we partnered with that person, that was one of our like most successful sessions, right? We had the most turnout and we were like, this is amazing, right? And so it's really about what Jalen was mentioning, this like intentional relationship. Young people go and show up to places where someone they trusted told them that they would be safe in that space, right? And so that's what's like really important when it comes to outreach and engagement. It's like, is there a person that young people trust, and how can we rely on that trusted relationship that's already been built to bring them in? So I just wanted to kind of highlight that.
Thank you, Elise. That's very important. Thank you. And my last thought was just related to the issue about policy making and decision making. You know, at the county level, we have over 44 different boards and commissions. And that's where, you know, we rely on a lot of the work that happens in Durham County government with these boards and commissions, and, you know, a lot of recommendations and things like that. So just to put one thought out there, I know with the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force, we do have some youth slots on there, but, you know, at some point, I know for me, it would be helpful to get recommendations of how we can really look at the structures that we have, like our boards and commissions, and think about where can we add some youth designated slots. We do have some of them, like for JCC, you know, Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, but, you know, there may be your thoughts on what are some boards and commissions that we can really add those youth designated positions to get, you know, youth directly at the table. So just wanted to share that thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you so much. We should always know that when we have the Office on Youth or Early Childhood Action leader, Katie Lander, that office, report to us, it's going to take longer because we are very engaged with what they're doing. And
because Commissioner Carter, I get so excited with these youth I really forget my timeline. So
I hear you.
You can blame me on that one.
No, I understand. It makes perfect sense. Anyway, I just want to offer up my thanks also for this really interesting report, not just informative, but really interesting. And I really do believe that the Office on Youth and Kate, your office, that you all have figured out how to do meaningful, authentic outreach and engagement that includes the most important stakeholder, the ones that the decisions are being made. And you seem to have developed a model for how to do it well. And we can all really learn a lot from your work just in that very area. So thanks for that. I also want to say congratulations along the same lines as Wendy that, you know, your hugely successful grant program for nonprofits, and great job there. I also think that one way in which, for me personally, you could really be a support is in this policy arena. You know, we struggle with issues that are very complicated, and oftentimes it's not clear what the right answer is in these policy decisions, and getting your input could really be helpful, the input of youth. So I in addition to thinking about, you know, where you might have more youth voice on our boards and commissions, just your new ambassador program, I hope that you all will really give some thought to how you can weigh in with us on a regular basis around policy decisions that we're making, and how we can be helpful in facilitating that. You know, everything from our budget annually, those are huge policy decisions, but like you're doing with the transit plan and the comp plan is an opportunity, and all the policy decisions that have to be made around safety and wellness. So we could really use your input, and I'm glad that you are going to be there for us. And if we can all figure out together how to make it easy, that would be wonderful. I just went to the Saw Ubona zine. I'm so sorry. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but it was amazing. And I can't wait to explore that website a little more. The art there is incredible, deeply meaningful art. And I look forward to learning how youth are feeling through the expression of art on that site. And finally, I just want to say how much I admire you, the youth I'm really speaking to now. Those of you who, Nori and Jalen in particular, and those that you represent, I just admire this important civic engagement that you have in ways that makes our community better. And I thank you for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. You have something else you want to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair Harrington. Just quickly to respond to the last couple of comments. Thank you for thinking about policy and about thinking through how young people can be at the table. It is, to go back to what Elise and Jalen mentioned, it is relational. And so I'm glad that, we're kind of more visible by presenting today. And I encourage you all to think about us and think about how young people could be integrated into those spaces in an ongoing way, not just like a one-time kind of one meeting. And that's how we think about it too. We have met with a couple of different boards and commissions who are interested in adding youth seats. We can be a resource to other boards and commissions. So this is kind of an advertisement to other boards and commissions who are interested. I think that for us, because our capacity and the way that we do our work, that it's important for the board and commission to want that first, right? And to come to us with kind of the willingness to sort of think through how to change structures and to shift power in decision-making. And we can sort of partner with them to advise on how that looks and how long it might take and some of the logistics around that, and be a resource and walk alongside them in their journey to do that. And I would say the same thing about policy. The Youth Ambassador Program, that is exactly one of the main reasons that we wanted to shift to this model. And so they will be doing a power analysis. They will be doing policy mapping. So this is kind of the continuation of our work, is to really get into those spaces and have young people in a relationship with these departments and with these boards and commissions, so that they can really, their voice will be integrated, woven into the fabric of what's happening in local government.
Okay. Anything for you, Kate, before we go? Can't hear you.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay, so sorry. Thank you so much. The only reason why I'm here on your screen today is because I was a member of the youth adult team working on the Office on Youth nonprofit process. And I just wanted to share that I feel very energized by having participated as a part of that process to bring the learnings back about how we were able to so intentionally identify the focus areas for that process together with young people and community members. So I feel excited about what's possible for our nonprofit process as we continue to evolve it. So I just feel grateful to be working with Laura and Elise and Jalen and Nori as colleagues, and I'm grateful to be able to learn from them. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much. And I want to give a shout out to Deborah Craig Ray as the GM on this as well. So thank you all, and we'll be in touch. So commissioners, at 12 noon, we're going to have to break for lunch. I've got a call that I must make at 12 o'clock. So we'll break at 12. So we're going to see if we can't get through the next item, which would be it's a 30-minute item. And that's the Durham Master Aging Plan Budget Update. And then we'll have to shift the other two items until after lunch. We'll take a 20-minute break for lunch at right at 12 o'clock. Okay, so we are looking now at the board is requested to receive an update on the budget allocations on the Durham Aging Master Plan, and that's I think I saw Joan, Melissa on the screen. And who is the person to do the introductions?
I think that would be me.
Partnership, yeah, chair. Okay, you want to take it?
Sure. Hi, thank you guys for your time this morning. I'm Melissa Black. I'm the coordinator for Durham's Partnership for Seniors. And we thank you again for the opportunity to share the update. We've made a lot of progress, and so we are excited to share that with you guys. If we could move to the next slide. So joining me for this presentation, we have Shalisa Howard Martinez. She is a consultant health equity technical assistance coordinator with North Carolina Department of Public Health Chronic Disease and Injury Section. But she was also one of the co-facilitators for the Master Aging Plan. And then she was also pivotal in the work with Project Access of Durham County in the COVID-19 response, primarily focusing on older adults. We also have Dr. Janet Becker with the Duke Royal Center for Translational Research in Behavioral and Social Sciences for Aging. And of course, we also have Gina Upchurch, who is the Executive Director with Senior Pharmacist. Next slide. So just wanted to provide you with a really quick update on the Durham Master Aging Plan. I believe it was in March that we came to you all and just kind of shared that we had completed the Master Aging Plan. We just wanted to reiterate that, you know, we spent 10 months and we really worked diligently to engage representatives from community organizations who work with older adults in the healthcare sector, public health, Durham city and county government agencies, and then of course also making sure to include older adults in this planning process as well. And we shared that that final map included a comprehensive list of 33 goals across the 9 domains and included specific strategies and indicators to meet these goals. One of the primary things that we needed to decide and determine was that backbone agency of where we were going to house the Master Aging Plan implementation. Of course, you know, the implementation was delayed, in fact, due to COVID-19. But, you know, this group is really fantastic in that we were able to pull the Durham Master Aging Plan collaborators quickly, and we pivoted to the Durham's Partnership for More COVID-19 response. And so we were able to pull these groups together and develop that community health worker project that Shalisa will talk to you all about. But then also during this process of getting together to identify, you know, additional needs, we realized that we really needed an agency, a nonprofit agency, to really wake up and think about aging issues and livability issues every day in the community. And through this course, we also realized that, you know, we were continuing to identify additional funding opportunities and projects that would really benefit aging adults in Durham, but, you know, we really had no lead agency or entity to house them. And so then Gina will share that, you know, we have come to the conclusion that a really important next step would be developing a new aging and livability nonprofit, Aging Well Durham, to kind of be the backbone for the Master Aging Plan, fold in the work that the Durham Partnership for Seniors is currently doing, and then really be the agency that wakes up every day thinking, how can we improve the lives of aging residents in Durham? So I will now pass it to Shalisa.
Thank you, Melissa. So back in March, we introduced you to the Durham Partnership for Seniors and More. This was the COVID-19 response project that included many of the stakeholders who have participated in the design of the Master Aging Plan. And the whole purpose of this Durham Partnership for Seniors and More COVID-19 response was to support community members, particularly folks who were very vulnerable and also the most impacted by COVID, really support them around mitigating harm around social and also health concerns. One of the projects that the Durham Partnership for Seniors and More coordinated, next slide please, was around the community health promoters. So community health promoters are similar to community health workers, but in this case, they were community volunteers. They were not employed by a specific agency. And through this process, we were able to recruit, support, and also deploy 25 community health promoters to support their neighbors, family, friends around COVID-19 prevention, and also resource navigation, and also just make sure that people were not suffering from some of the things that we've been talking about today around the social isolation because of COVID-19. I want to kind of reflect back on the presentation we just saw about the Council on Youth and about, you know, the things that they shared as far as authentic engagement and people needing to feel safe and have a trusted source and in order to be able to just share and their concerns and also seek help. And that's a big part of who the community health promoters are. These are folks who already are active members in their communities. They're also are already recognized as leaders in their community. And so these were people who were already willing and able to step up to provide support during this process to their neighbors. Next slide, please. As part of this project with the community health promoter, it was a very diverse cohort of community health promoters. It was multi-generational, it was multi-ethnic, multiracial. And our weekly meetings, we also did our best to make sure materials and also that we had simultaneous interpretation because it also was a bilingual group. The cohort included older adults living in subsidized housing who volunteer with In Hunger Durham. We also had some promotores from El Centro Hispano, volunteers from Care of the Healing Center, heads of household families living in public housing. Additionally, we also had volunteers with the Community Health Coalition. As part of their work, we got together with weekly peer-to-peer sessions where they learned about different topics related to COVID. So they received, for example, an update around what was happening in Durham with COVID last summer, also managing our health during COVID, dementia, caregiving in COVID. Anyway, we had weekly sessions for about 13 to 14 weeks, where every week that we would have a subject matter expert come in, meet with the group, share basic information, and then the community health promoters would get together by group and talk about their strategies for sharing the information to their community members over the next week. After this process had finished, we still continued to stay together as a group as far as the Durham Partnership for Seniors and more. And that's where we got into more discussion around the development of a new backbone agency. So now I will pass it on to Janet Becker, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. As one of the many academic partners, we value the city and county's commitment and our academic community partnership. I'm so proud to be in a community that's recognized as having a commitment to being age-friendly. And while some of you may hear us talking today about older adults, which represent about 40,000 people in the county, we're actually here to talk about acting on priorities that affect our entire county of more than 300,000. I love that Jalen talked about carrying forward recommendations and then added specific notes on transportation and public places. And we're here to do the same from an older adult's perspective. We're all aging, whether we want to face that or not. And many of the issues of aging present themselves much earlier than we hope. And a commitment to being an age-friendly community is a commitment to actively working on making this a great place for people to live of all ages. Some people may not know or be aware of the larger community of age-friendly communities. I would take a guess if we were in a classroom, I would ask you to guess how many there are, but I'll just share that there are 573 age-friendly communities in the US, including 9 states or territories. So these are identified online as part of a network with AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons, and some are also listed with the World Health Organization. Of these 573, 11 age-friendly communities are in North Carolina. This includes 1 each for Durham City and for Durham County. So we each have a role in establishing age-friendly communities, learning environments, age-friendly health systems, age-friendly policies, and implementing the Master Aging Plan is going to be a big task as we move forward with the areas that were identified. Each partner organization and agency will bring unique resources and expertise and assets in developing and planning. But as Melissa identified from the outset, how are these organized is an important question. And as you just heard from Shalisa and Melissa, we've done really well with what we have in place, but we could be stronger. So hopefully from this working session, we can move forward with you to establish an infrastructure with resources that can operationalize the Master Aging Plan in a way that would provide Durham a stronger foundation from which to build. And what I mean by build is that there are so many important areas for action in this Master Aging Plan. And as we begin to expand on them, we will become more visible, a go-to place for some of the work that we're doing, and we will need to and will attract additional resources. It was great to hear in the last agenda item and in the last discussion that there's an early child coordinator, that there's an engagement officer and others committed to youth. We're looking at the other end of the age continuum, and we're without this level of an organizing structure or committed resources. Associated with this, Durham missed out on thousands of dollars in grant funding during and related to the pandemic. as there wasn't a centralized contact or a fiscally responsible organization who could advocate, apply, receive, and then administer funding across partner organizations. There were several federal grants, especially, that were made available to invest in an infrastructure for healthy aging. And other counties in North Carolina have received funds for creating and updating public places, for addressing transportation, for digital inclusion, and for improving accessibility or updating public housing. Charlotte has been especially productive in bringing in funds to support their aging plan. We have a lot to learn, even just locally, from our neighboring communities. So with your support and intention to operationalize the master aging plan, we as academic partners could more equitably bring forward additional opportunities for funding, program development, implementation, and evaluation. Duke University has the oldest and only continuously funded center for the study of aging in the United States, and first established by the Surgeon General in 1955. And we now have hundreds of faculty, staff, community, and clinical collaborators, similar with NCCU and with Durham Tech. And I'm here to just thank you and request that Durham County continue to invest in healthy aging. Distinct from the city, the issues and opportunities are larger than any one of our organizations or offices. And with your support, we could be stronger together for addressing health inequities as we age. I'm looking forward to hearing Gina next.
Thanks, Janet. You can see why we're excited to have this team of people and many, many more. We just represent a large group behind us that's been working for 18 months on these issues. So thank you, Chair Howerton and Vice Chair Jacobs. I have to give you both a shout out. You have been long-time aging advocates. You helped start the Aging Summit in Durham. So we just want to acknowledge that. And to the newer commissioners, Commissioners Alam and Burns and Carter, we have high hopes that your enthusiasm about youth reaches all ages, because frankly, we know you care for all ages and work for us all. And Manager Hager and county staff, thanks so much for hosting this discussion. We appreciate it. And just thank you all for your public service. It hasn't been an easy time, and we acknowledge that and thank you. You've heard the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. A major theme from the aging plan was, in order for Durham to become a more age-friendly community, we need to develop a broad-based intersectional collaboration that is coordinated in its focus. We want to formalize our collaborative efforts and increase our capacity to get things done. We propose to merge these efforts or coalition, Durham's Partnership for Seniors and Durham's Partnership for Seniors and More, COVID Response, and create a new nonprofit. And Melissa spilled the beans. The name of it is going to be Aging Well Durham. We filed the Articles of Incorporation last week. It will help us organize and formalize our coalition work. It is not meant to compete with other nonprofits, but we need several people waking up every day, as Melissa said, thinking about how to bring more partners to the table and how we can collectively not only do more to support aging adults, but also do the work better in Durham. Well, how do we propose to do this? First, as Shalisa highlighted during the COVID response, it's critical that the people most affected by the issues steer the work. And this is just a significant organizing principle that's we're going to be centered upon. Senior pharmacist was the physical agent for that community health promoter work. But as people have said, there are other opportunities, and we just need a neutral place where funds can come and we can all work together. In addition to older residents themselves, we need to continue to build a broad-based coalition of community-based agencies and grassroots efforts, academic and government partners, business interests, and really any interested Durham party. The work must be transparent. Operationalizing and making real use of a racial equity framework will be critical to our efforts. Related, we must hold each other accountable for our joint efforts. And when things aren't going well, we need to pivot to new ways of doing our work. We will try not to reinvent wheels. However, we want the Durham wheel supporting aging adults and adults with disabilities. We're now using the term aging adults going in the same direction. We want all wheels going in the same direction. We want aging in all policies, just as we need youth in all policies. We want a coordinated system that can leverage the opportunities that come our way. The status quo, as you all know, and as you embrace with your work, is not acceptable. because the growth of older adults, number one, but number two, because of the widening gap between the haves and the have-nots, our ever-growing disparities. Sure, we see resiliency in many older adults, and that's fantastic, and it's frankly inspirational. I see it every day. However, we, the collective we as a society, should not make living at home so difficult for older adults with limited incomes. This is why we're asking you and the city to each invest $150,000 a year for 2 years to help formalize this approach and move us forward. We need to be intentional, not playing whack-a-mole. When a crisis hits and we have a problem, we create a new program. Instead, we need to build a coordinated system that regularly goes upstream to change policies, procedures, and cultures that are hurting, or at least not helping our older neighbors, especially those from historically marginalized or excluded communities. We know that change happens at the speed of trust, and that trust happens at the speed of relationships. We heard that in our last presentation. Everything shouldn't be transactional. A lot is about relationships. COVID-19 and racial tensions in our country, state, and county have been devastating. And yet, relationships in Durham have been deepening. And given the challenge many older adults in Durham face, we want to tap their lived experiences, along with the good will and bright intentions of others, to make Durham a place where all of our older adults can say, I'm not over the hill, but I'm on a roll. Thanks for your considerations, and we're happy to answer any questions, understanding that all of this is in process. We're just a handful of individuals representing a broad spectrum that's working on this vision, but we need the city and the county support, both in terms of financing and deep participation, to make this vision a reality in Durham. We're happy to take any questions. Thanks so much for taking your time.
Thank you, Gina, Melissa, and is it Sheila? Is it, how do you pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Shalisa.
Thank you so much for your report. And I do get excited about this one too. So, you know, it reminded me as you were speaking, I remembered the lady that we, Commissioner Jacobs and I met a couple of years ago at a conference that got this conversation started for us. And she ended up coming to Durham. So it goes back a little ways, and, you know, we are thankful for her appearing in our spaces and starting this conversation. And we have come a long way to get this far. So thank you for all the work that you're doing and all the participation, all the partners that you have that's working on this. Because, you know, I'm in that, even though I get excited about the young people, I'm in that older adult stage as well. So thank you so much. I don't have any questions or board members, questions, comments from you. Commissioner Burns, I see your hand.
This will be really quick one. Thank you all so much for this presentation. I won't, because I know that we have to get on the call in a little bit. I will say,
your mic is, we can't hear you. Something's wrong with your mic.
Okay, and it's such, okay, well, I'll come back in. I didn't, you can't hear me at all, which is fuzzy. I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
It's nice talking to Gina. You'll like it.
All right, she'll come back, and next person, go ahead. Who's the next? Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Shalisa, Melissa, Gina. It was a really compelling presentation that you made, and I very much appreciate the clarity that it brought to me as far as what the request is. I like the idea of this backbone agency to really help with the organization of the work that's happening and the collaboration and coordination of it. I liked what Gina said about looking upstream rather than playing whack-a-mole with new program development. Let's really look at, you know, policy change and culture change, procedure change. I really believe in that. And I believe in the work you've already done with the community health promoters. That model is one I really believe in. And so I don't know what your budget would entail, but I'm sure you all do. It would be interesting to learn a little bit more about that. But at this point, I feel very supportive of the idea, and definitely think that there needs to be some infrastructure that includes people who are waking up every day and this is what they're working on. So that just makes sense to me in the same way that it made sense for our early childhood action work that needed to happen. And that point was very well made too. So thank you, and look forward to trying to all of us work together to make this happen and to move it forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. And on the conversation about the budget, at some point you will give us an outline budget as to what the 150,000 is for. Okay, great. Commissioner Burns is back on the screen, and then I'll go to Commissioner Jacobs after that.
It's very quick. I think Commissioner Carter, when I came back in, she had made some of the statements that I would make. I'm always weary of new nonprofits because I am, because we have so many other people doing the work. But Ms. Upchurch, you make such a compelling argument. And it makes me feel a little bit better that this is a cohort of known partners. So like some other folks on this call, you know, I do want us to have folks who get up and think about those things. I think I was talking to Leonardo Williams the other day, and one of the things that he pointed out when we first went to this pandemic, it took somebody thinking that we had senior citizens at DHA that might have not been getting meals every day, right? Like somebody had to think about that and call, and not just him. I mean, there were other restaurants. Somebody had to think in the morning, okay, we don't have Meals on Wheels. Another thing that I've seen you all do and be very thoughtful. The last time, I think it was the last time, if it wasn't the first time you all presented to us, first time I had you all presented to us, while I was there, one of the things you all had on your index was fraud for seniors. That was, for me, that was just eye-opening. I didn't see a lot of people looking at that. And so the only quick question I have, I wish it was about this presentation. I look forward to seeing what that budget looks like from us. But since we do have a captive audience, have we seen, especially with checks going out, I know with the HOPE program, we've had seniors have their checks stolen. With the federal checks that are going out, we've had people being defrauded. And I know after the last time we talked, we did have a couple of folks to call the AG's office, or some folks worked with me, and we got the Secretary of State's office in. While I have you all here, have we seen an uptick in fraud for our seniors here in Durham? And if so, are we taking some steps to mitigate some of those things? Because I know it's very real in other counties.
I'll try to answer that, and others can chime in, but I want to get to something you said earlier, if I could. You talked about food insecurity during COVID. This is a great example of why we need a coalition working together for older adults. We were getting people, well-meaning people, dropping food at certain senior housing units. Well, when we had Shalisa so skillfully led our efforts to work with community health promoters, some of the seniors in that housing complex was like, you know, it doesn't make us feel great that all this food's getting dumped. That's the term, dumped here. And what do you think about us that we need all this food? And then we heard from other seniors that they didn't have access to food.
Right.
They needed food. So who was pulling all of this together? Now, of course, you all, thank goodness, we have Mary Oxendine, you know, coming on board to help with the food and coordinating food. And she's joined us in some of our meetings, by the way. We want her as a part of this team. But that's just a great example of why you need it to be better coordinated, us all on the same team. In terms of fraud, I know that senior pharmacists, we deal with Medicare fraud because we're the ship. Right. And we have, I don't know that we've seen more of it, honestly. I think part of the problem is a lot of seniors aren't going in to speak to agencies and providers they normally seek. And it's a really hard thing to admit that you've been frauded.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure that we're capturing all that's out there, but I do know from all the money that's coming down the pike, and even people going after people when they see an obituary, you know, crazy things of data that's in the newspaper. So there is data mining for fraud. So I think that probably is on the uptick, but I don't have hard data.
Thank you so much.
Others may.
Yeah, I don't know much about what's going on as far as seniors and fraud, but I expect that it is happening a lot. particularly with all the relief payments and programs that are available now. People are confused, and there's also people, contacting them by phone more. And in fact, that's something that we heard this past year was, a lot of folks, older adults particular, don't really want to use the phone that much anymore because they get so many calls all day long from folks trying to sell them things. I want to go back to Gina's point about the coordination of the food. It wasn't just the coordination of the food, which is a key piece of, the work that we talk about. And, but I see also a big part of that conversation was also the perception from local residents around, no one's checking in with us to find out what do we really need. And no one is also considering how do we feel with people bringing us food, like in a charity kind of way. So that's the other piece I think that we want to address or through this new nonprofit, Aging Well Durham, is centering the voices of older adults who have been most impacted by social, historical, and health inequities, and finding out from their perspective how things should go in Durham as far as service provision, just connecting with them, engaging with them, instead of just saying, we know what's best as organizations and going out to them, and this is what they need. We really want to flip that dynamic so that their experiences are the center, and that's the place where we start with everything as far as programming, relationships, evaluation, hold everything down the line.
Bravo. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just really, really excited about this presentation. This whole journey to get here started, I think, in my first term in office. And we've really come a long way. And this is just so important. I'm thrilled with the model that you are bringing forward to us. I'm actually surprised because, we tend to develop these plans and then it comes back to, county government and city government to then implement them. And, I would love to hear Claudia weigh in on this, but, we don't have an aging department. We don't have a senior department in Durham County government. We chose the model when we opened our senior center of having it, instead of being run by the county, being run by a nonprofit. I know from my work on the DSS board, really the only department that we have that is focused on aging is adult services within DSS, and the staff is so overworked, so overwhelmed. I mean, the impact of the pandemic, and especially related to rolling out the emergency rental assistance program. And, when we think about, our foster care population, we don't always think about our adult foster care population. We have a lot of related to fraud and abuse and misuse and neglect. We have, unfortunately, a lot of adults in that category. So I'm really excited that we have a group that is forming in the community, this nonprofit group and we have all of you as our leaders in the community saying, hey, we want to be the backbone. We want to be the ones to implement this plan. And we absolutely have to have, as other commissioners have already said, we have to have people who are waking up every day and implementing this. And, with our senior population, I should say elder adult population, which the majority of our board is a member of, that
for yourself.
Including myself in there.
Speak for yourself.
So, this increasing 64% in 20 years, it's mind-boggling. And that's the fastest growing demographic. So we did approve, and Claudia, remind us, I believe we did include already this request of funding on the condition that the city steps up. So I assume you all are going to be going to the city and making the same pitch, because we already approved it as a placeholder in our budget. So anyway, but yeah, so I'm just want to say thank you all so much for all of your hard work and all of your leadership and everything that each of you are doing. And I'm just really excited about this next step. And Melissa, can you remind me, because I know we had a deadline with our formal process with AARP and the World Health Organization. Did we submit our plan to them, and where are we at in that process?
Yes, we have. It's just, I think, pending review right now.
Okay, thank you.
And-
So
and just-
Claudia,
and
go ahead.
No, the manager may want to say it, but I think you all included 112,500, and we were asking for 150,000. Now, to be totally transparent, because that's what we're doing here, we are just in the process of building the budget. We're used to taking crumbs and trying to make a pie. We don't want to do that. We want to do more. So if the entire $150,000 is in there, we will use it well, and we will do more. So I think that's right, Manager Hager, if I'm speaking correctly.
Yeah, you are correct. We did include 112,500. Part of our conversations too with the board was to see how the city council would move forward as well. And we would have continued conversations. This, as everyone has said, is so important. I have my official AARP card. Last year. So I'm proud.
I'm still waiting on mine.
Proud to be in this category. It is, as Commissioner Jacobs shared, it is among our fastest growing generation and demographic, and which is exciting. And so, but we, from a staffing perspective, we know that the right amount of resources have to be put in place in support systems. And so that's why it was a priority, but we will work with the city and you as we move forward in how we close the gaps.
We appreciate your recognition, and you can be 50 and older to apply to AARP. We've done the same.
I'm 50, 51.
Actually, for AARP membership, there's no age restriction. I'm actually a member.
You can be allies. Thank you.
Yeah.
For clearing that up.
So thank you all for your presentation, Melissa, Gina, all of you, Joan, thank you for being here. Janet, too, for this presentation. Thank you for your energy and your resolve and working on this, because this has been a long process here. And we look forward to hearing more. All right. Thank you. So commissioners and staff, it's 12 o'clock. We're going to take a 20-minute break. Be back at 12:20 to proceed. Thank you. Doggone. Okay, is everybody back?
A few of us are.
Okay, I don't see. Okay. All right, we can reconvene. The next item is 210479, discussion on proposed language equity program and funding of $50,000. And Deborah Craig Ray is the staff on this item. So Deborah, you want to take it away?
Thank you. Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Jacobs, Commissioners, Manager Hager, and my fellow GMs. Good afternoon, it is now. Thank you so much for the opportunity to quickly run through our proposed language equity plan. Before I would begin, I'd like to acknowledge the dynamic work of our language equity working group, Lisa Morochek, Michael Davis, Dawn Dudley, Maceo Carlton, and Hudson Oliver. They have worked dynamically to bring their expertise to this important process improvement project. Thank you, Monica, for starting our PowerPoint. I will try to move quickly through where we are so I can address your questions. First, I'd like to say that the goal is to provide a plan to begin to address language gaps in our service delivery by creating a more uniform program to improve customer service across the enterprise. And of course, we need some dedicated funding to support and manage the program. Next. Monica, thank you. Just a little bit about the background. We actually started this work pre-pandemic through our IdeaSphere project, which is a part of our strategic planning and innovation activity. We began to run some survey work to find out how our departments were addressing the need for translations. And the initial research revealed that we had more success going on in the Human Services Department, but we had a very uneven approach across the enterprise. So we began to look at some of the elements that we would need to manage such a program, but of course the pandemic hit and we put that aside as a part of the budget. Next. As the pandemic progressed and we had the various states of emergency and stay-at-home orders implemented, we committed to also translating those documents and the related news releases into Spanish. We continued to work on policy and action steps and a proposed budget, knowing that we would need to really put together a plan. In the early part of this year, we committed to providing, as you may have noticed, your agendas in Spanish that were posted on our website, as well as the highlights of your meetings. Next. So what we have shared with you is a draft policy. I'm sorry, I went ahead. Again, we're working on the framework, putting together some action steps and looking at possible funding, continuing to do some surveying as well. And I'll talk about that next. Yes, so we worked with Attorney Darby to do a draft policy. We have a proposed resolution that's called for in the policy, and then we've got a proposed action plan and funding that I'll just give some highlights of. Next. Again, the goal of the policy was to just be very clear about what our goals and objectives are, and to help the departments understand our commitment to providing written and verbal translations to help improve the quality of life for our residents. And a key action included in the policy is the approval of the language equity resolution. And we're asking for that at your next meeting. And again, we included that in this agenda. Next. And again, the purpose of the resolution is to guide and demonstrate your support for language equity. And I included that in this presentation, and hopefully you were able to read through that. And I'll give credit to Dawn Dudley on my staff, who researched others and worked to pull that together. And I think she did a great job. Next. So in terms of the action plan, we had 3 phases. We wanted to start forward with smaller steps, building on the work that we've already begun and working to enhance those activities. Part of the work will include educating our departments about the existence of this new policy, should you approve it, and what it means for them. We will put together a resource guide where we will have people who actually do American Sign Language, people who do translations, just to give the departments somewhere to go when they have need of those services. Again, doing a better job of supporting our residents who do not speak English as their first language. In phase 2, we want to continue to enhance our communications work by adding a feature of closed captioning to your board meetings first, and perhaps some of the other major meetings that may be broadcast. One example would be the In Touch TV show, but we would need some funding to do an RFP, get a vendor to do that. We may have to buy some equipment to tie into what we already have existing. And so that work would be done in the next phase. The final phase is more intense, because what we're looking at is enhancing our website to make it more ADA compliant. And again, there was a lot of detail in the plan that we shared with you, but we would work to find the best option to improve our website. We're already doing a fairly good job, but we've got some room for improvement. Some of it would be as small as just showing our web developers better ways of putting certain information on our website. And then other work would, of course, include a third-party vendor who would bring that expertise, and we would work on a redesign. But again, that's further down the list. And of course, the most important thing is that we give an accounting of how we're doing, how we're spending the money, how we're increasing our performance in this arena. I would like to just mention that we recently did an updated survey, and just a few highlights showed us that our greatest need is for translating documents into Spanish. Some of the most used documents that would be needed would be things such as the documents related to federal funding that's received, emergency medical assistance, emergency services, regulatory information, flyers, agendas, minutes, news releases. And so that's sort of a high-level look at what we are needing to translate. The other thing I will share with you is that in addition to Spanish, the research showed that the next greatest need for us was French and Arabic. And of course, you know, there are many languages spoken in Durham County, and in our continuous improvement process, we would work with the community, we would do surveys and research, and to the greatest extent possible, provide information and translations as requested. And as I said, at the end, we are, again, seeking your support to do initial funding for the program and continue to do the work that we really are doing to some extent. So I think that's all I had to share, and I'm certainly happy to try to address any questions that you'll have.
Thank you, Deborah, and your team that's working on this. And I'm happy to see that you are requesting resources to do some update for your department. I don't remember you ever making a request for resources to update your department. So it's about time to do some work. And especially when we talk about equity, it's a conversation that we talk about. So rather than talk about, but be about it. As the kids would say, be about it. So thank you.
You're welcome. And we just thought this was perfect timing, given that our community is obviously growing substantially. We're getting all these new economic development announcements. Google
Yes.
and Apple and others are coming, you know, bringing jobs. People are coming in from everywhere. And so we really need to be more responsive.
Great. Thank you. Questions, comments from commissioners? Okay, I do see one hand. Any others? Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Deborah, thank you so much. I'm really excited to have you bring forward this. I know our board started asking about this probably about 2 years ago, and I'm really glad to see you being able to bring this forward now. I fully support your request. And this work is so important. You know, now we're at a point 13% of Durham's population is Latinx. And as we know, we have people from all over the world, refugee immigrants in our communities, in our schools. And as you noted, there's so much of the work that Durham County does to help people. We need to have the information accessible to residents in our community so that we can provide the services to help people. Just to clarify, at our next meeting, your recommendation, which I support, is that we adopt the resolution that you have provided. Thank you. Also, is it proposed that we also adopt the policy at our next meeting as well?
Yes, we would like to get support for the entire package, including the funding. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I think what would be helpful, and you know, because I'm chomping at the bit here, is it would be great if we could get a timeline for the phase 1, 2, and 3 that you're looking at, because I know we're going to, as we look at next year's budget, we're going to need to make sure we provide the resources that you need and that staff needs to implement this, because it is a big lift with, you know, everything that's been proposed, which all really needs to be done. So I think that I would appreciate just seeing what you're envisioning as a timeline for
Not
that.
a problem, not a problem.
Right, okay. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes, I also just really wanted to thank Deborah and all the team members that you listed for bringing this forward. I agree it's with everything you said about how important it is, and also feel very supportive of the funding. And the only question I really had was I was unable to open the policy for some reason. I just got a blank page. I don't know why. It may just be something with my iPad.
I am certainly happy to resend that.
Okay, that'd be great. I could open everything else and it looked great.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deborah. And
thank you, Deborah.
okay.
Thank you.
Did you
We'll
have
have it on
anything,
the
Commissioner
Monday
Burns?
agenda. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying thank you. No.
Okay.
This is an easy one.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Yeah. You're welcome. All right, we'll move on to our next item. And the next item is the report on Digital Durham Initiative. This is 210472. And Tammy Baggett as our staff person on this one. And if you want to introduce your team.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to discuss information about Digital Durham's initiative. Terry Hill, Deputy Director, and Laura Fogel are going to be discussing this initiative today, along with Claudia. The three of them have done a great deal of work in this space. So I'm going to turn it over. Terry, I'm not sure if you want to say a few words before Laura begins. Okay, hearing none, we will go ahead and move that over to Laura Fogel to share this great information.
I'm sorry, Tammy, I was muted when I started talking. I need to put a sticky note on my computer to unmute. But I was just going to say, Laura has really worked tirelessly for a number of years in this area, and bringing the Digital Durham group together. She has led the effort to create this digital equity plan. And of course, this will also be in partnership with the Durham County Library, particularly the grant we are receiving for the Digital Navigator program is going to play a key role in this. But as Laura will explain, there's more support and resources needed to make this a reality for Durham. So Laura, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you now.
Right. Thank you, Terry and Tammy, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners and Manager Hager. I'm really delighted to be here with you this afternoon. My name is Laura Fogel, and I am the founder of Digital Durham. And I'm here along with Terry to share updates on the work that we're doing to bridge the digital divide, really for everybody in Durham. Next slide, please. So Digital Durham provides a platform for cross-sector digital equity work. And as you can see from this list of our member organizations, nonprofits, government agencies, educational institutions, and businesses are all collaborating together in this work. And as we already mentioned, Durham County Library is a pivotal member, founding member, and acts as our convener. Durham Public Schools, Durham Tech, and Durham Housing Authority are all actively involved in our work as well. And we really have decades of experience represented in our group with no paid staff, but many dedicated professionals that are all volunteering their time. So I am here just representing them. So as Terry mentioned, we've been engaged in this work for several years.
We're one of the charter members of the state's Digital Equity and Inclusion Collaborative. And at the national level, we're engaged with the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. And in recent years, we have received some small grants from the DPS Foundation, from NC State College of Education, the Institute for Emerging Issues at NC State. And as you heard earlier this morning, we partnered with the library on the LSTA grant. And last summer, we began working on a digital equity plan for Durham to really think more strategically. And we need your support in moving that plan forward. And I'll come back to what kind of support we're asking for after I provide a little bit of background. And I know that you've heard about some of these challenges through other presentations, but I just, before I start throwing around terms and talking about the inequities, I want to share some real, some specific background so that we're all sort of on the same page. So this is a, oh, I'm sorry, next slide. So that's our timeline that I sort of spoke to there a couple minutes ago. Next slide, please. So a quick definition of digital equity is when everybody has the information technology capacity, devices, connections, and skills to be able to fully participate in our society. So this is the official definition from the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, and you'll hear me throw in the term of digital inclusion as well as digital equity. And digital inclusion is the work that a community does to be able to get to that state we want to get to of digital equity. Next slide, please. So we all saw the impact of the digital divide during our pandemic school closures, when students couldn't engage with their teachers or classmates because they didn't have an appropriate device or they didn't have an adequate internet connection. And it was truly heartbreaking and really demanded our attention. But the problem of the digital divide was with us long before COVID. And that problem is going to continue to impact educational opportunities even as schools and libraries are able to more fully open. Next slide, please. So you might be wondering how big this problem is in Durham. We know that tens of thousands of Durham households lack a high-speed internet connection. And this chart particularly looks at the inequities associated with that from an economic perspective. So these are families who do not have connections to the internet. And you'll see that dark blue bar represents families who make less than $20,000 a year. And almost 40% of those households in Durham are not connected. And that's not to say that broadband isn't available to them, because we know that according to statistics from the Broadband Infrastructure Office in North Carolina, 99% of Durham's population has access to broadband. But what this particular graph is looking at adoption, or the percentage of households that actually have a connection in their home. And if you compare it to the dark blue bar in orange and Wake, you'll see that Durham's poor are even less connected than poor households in our neighboring counties. But digital equity, next slide, please. But digital equity is about more than just high-speed internet access. It also includes access to devices and digital skills training. And according to a study, an international study by the OECD, the employment rate for US adults without digital skills is 31 percentage points lower than that of adults with even the lowest level of digital skills. And for adults without digital skills who are actually able to get a job, they make less money than people with digital skills. So we know if we don't take action to close the digital divide, inequities in digital access will continue to reinforce and even grow inequities in economic prosperity. Next slide, please. In fact, the inequities in access that we already have to digital resources follow the same patterns as economic inequities. So, for example, Dr. Henry McCoy from North Carolina Central University shared at a meeting, I believe it was in June, that 73% of those in poverty in Durham are Black and Brown. So we're looking at this issue of digital equity in terms of demographics of how it impacts people in Durham as well. And it shows that this graph shows that a much greater percentage of Black and Brown people lack connectivity than white residents of Durham. And we also, in the lighter blue color, we pulled out older adults in this chart to highlight the dramatic and often overlooked impact that the digital divide has on that group of older adults, which connects to the conversation just before lunch. And actually, some of the Partnership for Seniors members are also members of Digital Durham, because that perspective is really important. So internet and digital skills, inequities in access to internet, digital skills, and access to devices exist in our community. And we know that that lack of access has real consequences for individuals' prosperity and their ability to fully engage in our society. And Governor Cooper spoke to the urgency and importance of this work in a quote where he announced the new Office of Digital Equity and Literacy in July for the state. And communities across our state and the country are also responding to that urgency and developing plans to address this complex issue of digital equity and inclusion. Next slide. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So there's the quote from Governor Cooper. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this shows us what some of our neighbors are doing in this area. And in Durham, we're really fortunate to have many organizations working on digital equity inclusion, but some of our peers have gotten ahead of us with respect to official plans and designated staffing. So for example, Charlotte has had a plan for several years, and Winston-Salem Forsyth has hired a consultant to build one that they're working on currently. So the state released a plan template for communities earlier this year, and we were fortunate, Digital Durham, to be the first group that they worked with that plan. So we're aligned with what the state has set forward as a good example. And our plan really identifies the need for dedicated resources to address digital equity and coordinate efforts across organizations, and driving that work by measured outcomes. So similar again to the conversation about older adults, is we need people waking up every day and it being their job to consider digital equity, internet access devices, and digital skills for people in Durham. So we have developed a plan, and I want to share some of those goals and strategies with you briefly now. So next slide, please. So our first goal is around access and adoption of high-speed broadband internet, which is a cornerstone of digital equity and one that has really been a focus of a lot of news and funding. So our plan suggests opportunities to expand broadband access in parts of Durham that may have some limited access, but also adoption through increased awareness of free and low-cost internet programs. The currently available federal emergency broadband benefit would be one example of those, in addition to expanding where broadband is available in the county. Next slide, please. So our second goal is related to devices, and we know that many Durham residents are limited in their ability to participate fully because they don't have a computing device of any kind, or that they rely solely on a smartphone. And we're fortunate in Durham to have 2 computer refurbishers, and one of the ways that we could increase the number of people who have a working device is to increase the awareness of the device donation and affordable purchase programs that are currently available. Next slide, please. So the third goal is about digital skills, and as I mentioned earlier, they're key to improving residents' ability to independently access the resources they need to get jobs and to get higher skill jobs. And we recommend coordinating existing training programs that we have and expanding access to those programs to underrepresented and under-resourced residents to reduce the gap in digital skills. Next slide, please. So our final goal is about accountability and making sure the plan gets implemented and tracked. And this part of the plan would establish shared metrics for assessing our progress across the community toward digital equity, and would create infrastructure for tracking and implementation of the plan. Next. Thank you. So Durham is really positioned to be a leader in digital equity and inclusion. And in our next steps, we'll be asking you and City Council to endorse our plan through a formal resolution. Your support of this plan would really help us catch up to the other municipalities who have plans or have already been recognized for their efforts. As North Carolina, as a state, we put more emphasis on digital equity, but really more importantly than that recognition is and raising Durham's profile. Your support of this plan would demonstrate for Durham residents how much we all value equitable access for everyone. And having a strategy for reaching that equitable state will really position Durham to use federal funds and private funds that are currently available and that we also anticipate becoming available in the future. So Digital Durham has submitted an ARPA funding proposal using the template for joint city and county review to provide resources for implementation of this plan. And I know you'll be discussing ARPA a little bit more this afternoon. We consulted with the National Digital Inclusion Alliance Policy Advisor, and they do feel that this kind of digital inclusion work that includes not just infrastructure, but digital literacy training and helping people connect to existing internet does fall under section 602 and 603 of ARPA. So we really look forward to leveraging the support that you can provide and continuing to engage with county departments as we move forward with a more detailed implementation plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Laura and Terry, for your presentation. I just have a quick question. When you mentioned your budget for the county and city, what's the budget?
So we're, it's my understanding that the requests that are going in through the the website is joint funding, so we're asking for $645,000 over 3 years, so $215,000 per year.
215,000 per year.
Yes, ma'am.
For each,
No,
for
no,
the city and the county?
Combined, correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I really understand the, so we got the resolution to be signed, and then you're sending in the request for the funding.
Correct.
That's my understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we all know that access is a problem. It has been a problem, especially in the northern areas of Durham for quite some time. But I want to hear what the other commissioners have to say regarding, and I guess we'll talk about the budget later once Claudia gives an explanation about our ACRA funding. So other questions from commissioners or comments? Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Commissioner Burns had her hand up.
Well, I just called on Commissioner Carter. I'll get to Commissioner Burns in a second.
Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thanks Laura and Terry, Tammy, everyone who's been working on this. I remember I attended a virtually convened meeting early on, I think, in the plan development, and that first meeting was impressive, and the work that you've gotten done since then is even more impressive. So I really appreciate the community leadership, around this. And I think that you make a really compelling presentation in the same way that sort of our community partners did with the funding request and plan information about the community aging plan. So I really appreciate this meeting with all of our community partners really stepping up. And I think it's great in particular that ARPA funding might be able to be used for this. I hadn't thought of that in particular. So being used for this particular request, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know that I have any questions. I was surprised a little bit at the fact that 99% of the population actually does have access to broadband in Durham. So it really does seem less of an issue around access than it does just financial capacity to actually adopt it and to have the device and to have the skills necessary. So it will be interesting to understand that a little bit better. But thanks for the presentation. Thanks for all the good data points. Thanks for all the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Laura and team. How you doing, Terry? I see a few more. I can't see everybody on the screen because I pinned. Laura, you're going to hear excellent, wonderful, great data points from a lot of people. I want you to know that my line of questioning goes those sentiments. I just can't use that time for those words, right? I can appreciate the fact that you've done your research, because everybody knows that it's in 602, 604, and 605 for ARPA funding. I've talked to a couple of the other commissioners about this already that I know really care about this issue. Here's where the struggle comes in. I know you've talked to some folks nationally, right? So you threw out some data points. We know we know the 99%. I think what I don't want to see us do with this funding, with the city and or the county, is conflate some of the data where we think that what somebody needs in downtown Durham is the same as what somebody needs in Bahama. And I feel like I feel like you get it. I need everybody to get it, Laura. I need everybody to get it, because when you look at prices, and I'm gonna do my best to say major internet providers. I took some time this weekend before this presentation, and we've seen broadband amounts go up because everybody knows that folks are cutting the cord. So nobody wants to pay $300 for cable, and internet's on 50, it's 90, right? So that's how you get the 99% access, because we got the lane and we got the cable, we just can't pay for it. So the pay issue is an issue from Bahama to Butner to RTP to downtown, right? So the pay issue is broad. The access issue is not broad. Now I know Commissioner Lum and I talked to some folks in Bahama and Rougemont, and we've had people to do public comment, and on both occasions could not hear a word that they said. Absolutely could not hear a word. And so I want us to make sure that, you know, that access, there's lane out there, but 25 megabytes per second is different out there, right? So we're dealing with two issues, and it's not just about access. It's about geology, it's about geography, and it is about finance. I say all that to say, you mentioned a lot of partners. You talked about the national partners. Now you said it. You said that we have a new digital equity officer. You didn't say it was Jeremy Collins. You didn't say he was a Durham resident. So Governor Cooper, thank you for choosing somebody in Durham to lead this up. And he's going to kill me about this later. And I've already talked to him. From my understanding, we have not reached out to that office. I want that to happen because they have 1.2 billion and there are another 750 that the governor's office is putting on top of it. And even though we're a tier 3 county, we have some tier 1 tracks, right? And so let me be clear. Every ARPA proposal that we get, the fact that you actually knew where your money was coming from, I thank you, because we are not seeing that. And it's not that people don't care and don't know. They don't know what they don't know, but thank you for doing that research. But just like the grant money that Rod got earlier today, that $3 million that the state saw fit to give to us for equity, that takes the pressure off of what we utilize our ARPA money for. So I do want to see, you know, are we reaching out to our state partners to make sure that these kind of sort of rule tracks that we do have in this tier 3 county that we have, that we're using those and partnering with those, because 600,000 is not a lot. And I'll end on this. If we are going to take on this project, we are going to try to lay a lane. I know that's something that Commissioner Jacobs and I have talked about. I know it's something myself, Commissioner Howerton have talked about. I want to expand these dollars as much as humanly possible. And also quickly, because everybody and their mama, I can't say it no different from that, is going to be looking for folks who can lay lane. Everybody. And then last parts with some of the outreach efforts. We know about, well, I'll ask about some of the other grant opportunities later, but just please make sure that we're reaching out to that officer, because I know Jeremy says he has not heard from us in Durham. And I also want to make sure that our tracks, and if that's something that you need us to do, Greg Marr to do, Claudia to do, let us know that so that we can use our funding as beneficially as possible. And I'll stop there.
Well,
thank you, Commissioner Burns. Laura, you had something?
If I could, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Burns, for that really thoughtful response. And I appreciate that you've done your homework and already already talked to Jeremy Collins. I'm really excited to hear that. So we are part of the Digital Equity and Inclusion Collaborative, which will be part of what he'll be running, and that group hasn't met since he's been named, and I look forward to working with him, and definitely agree with you. Part of our focus in this request is we want to have someone who's focused on getting those funds that are available, because as you said, there is money out there for some of these initiatives, and we Durham needs somebody who's focused on getting those funds for us and understands, as again you made the excellent point of how Durham is unique, right? So we're not just urban, we're not just rural, we have both, and so our situation is really unique. So we need to be advocating for what our needs are that are different from other places.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Laura and Terry. And we've just had, such great discussions and presentations today that are all to me so linked. Even, discussion about youth engagement, our older adults, and then the language equity and access, the digital equity and access. And to me, they're all really interconnected. I really appreciate the leadership of Digital Durham in our community, and really support the work that you all have been doing. I appreciate the partnership with Durham County Library and also with Greg Marrow and our IT department as well. And I think, one of the silver linings of the pandemic is that it has accelerated some of our progress. We went into the pandemic with Durham Public Schools being a 1 to 3 school, where shockingly for every one family that had access and had a device, there were 3 that didn't. And it's amazing that in the very short time, because Durham Public Schools and the community partners, that we are now a 1-to-1 school system. Of course, that's going to take investment to maintain. I know the city has invested also in Durham Housing Authority, making broadband access in Durham Housing Authority communities. Of course, the county, we've been doing a lot of that through the library system. So we do have lots of pieces, but I think this plan is really important. So Laura, will you be, when you come forward to the city and the county with the resolution, I assume you'll also be asking us to adopt the plan itself? And
Correct.
Okay. And then the second part is, will you also be going to Durham Public Schools to ask them to be a partner too? Because I think that we're all 3 of us, the city, the county, and the schools, really, and I don't know if it makes sense to say even Durham Housing Authority, or whether that's just via the city. But I think the more of us that can adopt this plan, and especially if we're going to look at how we leverage, whether it's state ARPA funding or federal ARPA funding, or the money that comes to us at the local level, the more we're all working together on leveraging that, the better. So just wanted to hear your thoughts on that, who we asked to adopt the plan and the resolution.
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Commissioner Jacobs. We are on the schedule actually this week to present to the city as well, and we'll be sharing a resolution with them to ask them to formally endorse the plan. It was not part of our strategy to go directly to Durham Public Schools and ask the school system to endorse the plan. They've been involved in the development of the plan. So I think that's something we could do if you feel like it would be beneficial to have their explicit support of the plan as well.
I mean, I haven't read the plan, so I don't, but it just seems to me that they're a very critical partner with our families. I mean, over 33,000 students. And then you think about the families and, just the importance with education in our community. And again, with the pandemic, we know now that this is, access to devices, to broadband, to digital literacy, which goes beyond all that, it's like, it's basic now.
Laura, it might be helpful to contact the school board chair and have a conversation with her, and then she can let you know what she thinks, if it's useful to take it to her board or not. But first, what I would recommend is that you contact the school board chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Yeah. I also thought it was striking that data you shared with us about seniors was really striking to me as well. And the point that you tied related to digital literacy and access to income. And so that's something that, we're really focused on, and our board is getting people connected to Durham Tech and certifications, and then knowing about and applying to good paying jobs. And again, we have to have that access. So thank you so much. And I look forward to supporting this plan.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to move on to our next item. If there are no other questions. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
So our next item, Commissioners, is the American Rescue Plan Act update. Our interim manager, Claudia Hager, will start this discussion.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today we'll give you an update on the ARPA plan, and mainly process-wise, we'll share just sort of where we are, where we're headed. Although we last talked to you in June, we did take some breaks, so we're not a lot of new areas, but we do want to do a recap of what we've shared before and give you some updates on where we're headed in some areas. And Jody and I will tag team, and we'll move through this pretty quickly. Our intent is to come back to the board at the last meeting in August as well with further updates. So Jody, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Interim Manager Hager. And Monica, if you can go ahead and move us forward on our slides. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to swiftly refresh and update everyone on some of the work we've done to date. A lot of the information you'll see in these first 9 slides or so will be information that we shared with you at the end of June. And we want to just make sure everybody's aware of this framework that we're using. And then I'm going to hand it off to Interim Manager Hager, and she's going to talk more specifically about some of the engagement work to date that we've done, but also what's being planned for the future. So as you're aware, Durham County's allocation for our American Rescue Plan funding is just over $62.4 million that we'll be receiving in 2 tranches. Next slide, Monica. Here's a slide just sharing with you again some of the key dates that we need to be mindful of as we are preparing our plan for spending and actually spending the money. The 2 that I want to point out are the December 31st, 2024, which that's the deadline which all funds must be incurred and obligated, and the money must be expended by December 31st, 2026. Next slide, Monica. There are 5 primary ways outside of lost revenue that counties are allowed to invest their ARPA funds, and this slide gives you a brief overview. These areas include support of the public health response to COVID-19, addressing negative economic impacts, harms to workers, families, small businesses, industries, etc. Replacing public sector revenue loss. This is a new area for the ARPA funding. If you recall, this was not an area we were allowed to use federal funding for based on the initial stimulus package or the CARES funding that was provided to the county. Also, premium pay for essential workers is allowed using the ARPA funds, as well as investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Next slide, Monica. So our ARPA allocations to date, if you recall, in the current fiscal year budget, we have earmarked $5.1 million. And this slide gives you a list of how the $5.1 million was earmarked for the current year budget. Everything from janitorial contracts in order to make sure we maintain cleaning standards in county buildings as it relates to the standards needed for responding to COVID-19, increased security costs, looking at continuing screenings in our public facilities, ongoing support for non-congregate housing, looking at revenue loss specifically for the Durham Convention Center, looking at also revenue loss and fee loss for our courts, our community health worker program, and our vaccine equity strategy, using some of the funding to offset some of the investment the county's making in our school nurses, and then also support for minority business infrastructure as well. Next slide, Monica. As you will hear, Claudia and I and everybody who's been involved with ARPA continue to remind everybody that part of the spending of the federal dollars is we have to make sure that any dollars we spend are in compliance. And so compliance will continue to be in the forefront of any discussions and project development as we continue to build our plan for spending our ARPA dollars. Part of the compliance piece of it requires keeping good records so that we make sure we've got the appropriate level of documentation that we have to submit with the quarterly reports that are going to be expected of us for ARPA spending. And this, as a reminder, ARPA funds will be reported on this single audit annually. Next, Monica. So the next slide or two, I just wanted to briefly remind the board on some of the guiding principles that we've talked about over several months for really developing our plan and strategy for using the county's allocation of ARPA funds. So the first one looks at priorities going to support the board's strategic and capital plan priorities, as well as other assessments that the board has endorsed. We've talked a lot today about looking at leveraging federal dollars and making sure we're leveraging the dollars that the county's getting directly with what's being provided at the state, federal, and local level. Priority and funding being given to address equity issues related to health disparities, closing the achievement gap, infrastructure support in the unincorporated areas, and funding to support minority-owned businesses. Also making sure as we continue to build our plan that we evaluate the infrastructure needs that we're going to need to complete the compliance work and that workload that's going to be on the different departments and work areas that'll be working with the ARPA dollars, specifically in human services, public safety, and the administrative operations. Also establishing our framework for community discussions and input. This will be coordinated with community partners when possible, and Interim Manager Hager will talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. Monica, next slide. Also, thinking about our principles, being mindful about leveraging our dollars and using county expenses when we can apply for FEMA reimbursement, using that as a strategy, because that allows us to limit our use of ARPA dollars that can be reinvested in other priority areas. Also looking at our ARPA dollars and fundings, thinking about it in terms of strategic one-time projects. And if we're not able to look at one-time projects, what is going to be that ongoing sustainability strategy from beyond the grant period for maintaining funding and resources for a program or services. And then part of it's just process, looking at developing a rubric for evaluation and ranking the projects to make sure that the resources that are available are really meeting the goals and outcomes established by the board and leveraging those dollars as we've talked about. Next slide. All right, so here's just an example, and you've seen this slide before, but as we went through our budget process this spring, as we continue to build our ARPA plan and strategies, here are just a few broad categories for potential funding. And we've talked, some of them relate to some of the things we've talked about even today during our work session. Everything from funding to our DSS grant relief program for long-term homeowners, the behavioral health infrastructure work that we're doing the assessment and evaluation on now, workforce development, business community support, housing insecurity, food insecurity, pre-K and K through 12 initiatives, broadband support, the infrastructure support that we need to make sure that the reporting and compliance is there to make sure that we can stay within compliance for our spending, and then also potentially some one-time bonuses for public safety and human services staff. And these are just provided as illustrative purposes. This just gives you a sense as to some of the things we've discussed as part of the elements that we could see within our overall plan. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to hand it over now to Interim Manager Hager, and she's going to talk a little bit about the engagement work we've done to date and what's being planned for the future. So, Manager Hager.
Thank you, Jody. I will give some quick updates and then we can have some discussion. Wanted to talk further about our engagement strategies. The city and the county, as you know, we've collaborated on some of the engagement. The city's process has been slightly different than ours because they have integrated part of their engagement conversations along with their participatory budget discussions, and they have another effort that's also happening. So the timing for them worked perfect. And we were fortunate that they also had some planned activities that we were involved with in June 8th, 2021, which was a budget healing discussion. And it was a focus on health, housing, education, employment, and entrepreneurship. And those questions at that time, what needs are unmet in your community, and give us some ideas. There's also a portal that the city has used to capture requests. And as you can imagine, those requests are related to city type projects as well as county type projects, and some may even be targeted for other areas. And so this next engagement, which is on the 5th, will allow participants that were in the June 8th conversation, as well as other residents, to give some feedback on all of the suggestions and proposals that have been made. They will be grouped into categories or themes. I understand there's over 200. So there are lots of ideas about what should be done. And so on the 5th meeting, participants will again be able to look at the categories and share if there are some missing areas that were not suggested. That's a lot of feedback. So after that event, staff will vet the proposals further and give feedback to City Council and commissioners beginning in September. Now, this is where part of our paths will sort of separate again. The city started before us with some of their engagement. They will end their initial phase of engagement with discussions with this last meeting, and will in September make some formal recommendations to council. We will make some suggestions to commissioners about areas we may think about or consider for further vetting as well. Some may require RFPs, some may require further research, some may be ready for to move forward. We also know there will be some discussions that will continue into the fall or winter or even beyond. The great thing about the ARPA funding is that we can be measured and wise in our decision making, because we do have until 2024 to use it, but we also know we need to move forward as well. Monica, if you can move to the next slide. With the county engagement, because again, we are really starting ours now. We're showing this as a two-phase process with engagement. We've shared before that we will have conversations with our residents in the unincorporated areas. I know Commissioner Burns shared earlier about trying to engage with some of our residents in that area and how some do not have the broadband capacity. So even if we wanted to do web-based, that is often not an option. So we're looking at some at least we were looking at some socially distanced conversations beginning the latter part of this month. You know, COVID continues to present opportunities for us to stay on our toes on how we do our business. So we did have some plans as far as what that may look like 3 weeks ago when we were planning, and let me pause and give credit to Deborah's team that have taken a major role with this. I am the voice today, but Don Dudley, as well as Dion Hines, have played a major role with a lot of these engagement efforts in coordination with the city. We do have some budget representatives also that will help us with this, is Anna Hawksworth, as well as Shannon Wright from the budget team. So grateful for them. So But with this engagement piece, our county engagement team will start refining and coordinating calendars to see what those engagements need to look like for our unincorporated areas. Again, the intent is to go to the places we normally do for those conversations. But again, we will have to start shifting to see what that looks like as we deal with COVID. There will also be some topics that happen in phase one that were identified, and I know broadband will be one of them, that may require further engagement. And so, and some of that is also contingent upon timing. We know the state and the feds are still determining how they will allocate some of the infrastructure dollars. And that is so critical when we look at how do we leverage all of the available resources. And for some of the infrastructure issues that address water, sewer, broadband, and some of those other places, we do know that more guidance is coming soon. And so we can still plan, we can still have some conversations. We can make sure that we have studies done readily available. So when they do say how it can be used, we're ready. But for some of it, we will need to sort of wait some before we say, hey, let's align X dollars for X project. And from a methodology perspective, that's consistent with the guidance that were originally given to organizations. Let's move to the next slide, please. Things to come, we do have our ARPA website. It is, and then there's also a rubric for evaluating and ranking proposals that we're working on as well. This next slide will show you, if you can move to the next slide. This next slide will show the framework for that. It is in a test mode right now. Will be housed on the budget department's page, as well as the county managers. And we'll send you this link after the meeting. And so you can go check it out. What our intent is to put out there, for instance, presentations that we share with the board so the public can know exactly what we've been sharing with everyone, because I know y'all are getting lots of questions about when can we apply, what's the process. And we want to make sure all of it's in one place, and y'all can just say, let's point them to that one place and it's there. Next slide, please. The other area is a rubric. This is an example of Pueblo, Colorado's ARPA scoring. There are many examples that are out there as well for this. ICMA have some examples. I know that also with NACO, they gave some examples as well. A lot of the priorities that we shared as far as guiding principles are guiding principles that were based on these different matrix. But in another meeting, either at the September work session or the last meeting in August, we will put it in a format that the board can vet and discuss further. One of the things that I didn't talk about as much, it was, sort of once we get all of those 200 proposals that are existing now and sort of start having those conversations with the appropriate parties, whether it's city staff or other partners, we will have to start bringing those items to you. There will be more than $65 million worth of projects that will come to us. And so these dollars really should help us with infrastructure investments. And so how we get to a smaller number will require thoughtfulness, both by staff and what we recommend, rigor with how we evaluate those proposals. And our intent always is to leverage those external dollars so that longer term, we're making longer investments that will help the community for some time. And so then the next slide. Just sort of next steps, again, federal, state guidelines, they're still continuing, they're still getting fleshed out. I know the citizens and I know elected officials are patient, but this bullet may be here for a while, but we're getting closer to getting more clarity. We'll bring back that the rubric. The 9th, prior to that work session, we'll have versions that we send to the board just so that you can see some initial reactions. And part of that too is that we do in our collaborations with the city want to make sure where our projects overlaps, our processes are very similar. And we, again, want to protect all governing bodies with that as well. And as this is a bullet we've had before, there are some time-sensitive projects that will require some decision before August, before we give final recommendations. And those are related to infrastructure type items. The one that comes to mind are those support dollars that are needed. And we identified in the budget process, for instance, for DSS and for additional staffing because of the workload that's ensued because of COVID. We did identify those in the budget process and said we would come back because public health has some, IS&T has more pressure, but part of the reason timing wise we waited was to see who would give other money. And look, public health now has 3.3 million more than they did 2 months ago. So our patience and timing is intentional because we know these dollars are precious. And once you place money for one particular area, if you take it back, then it looks like possibly at times like supplanting. So timing wise, that's why we are being very, very measured on why we're doing certain things. So what we had originally intended to do for public health, we can use some of their other dollars for this reason, for their infrastructure needs. Because as you can imagine, all of the dollars that are coming in requires a different layer of compliance review and support. We're very pleased we had a clean review with the state last month. We want that to continue. We also know what it took to get there, and we want to make sure that we have the right staffing levels so that we don't burn out folks as well. And I think that may be the last slide that I had. And so now we can entertain any board conversation and comments.
Thank you, Claudia and Jody, for updating us on how interested it is when you are waiting for our federal government to give us some definitive decisions. They keep going. It's kind of like a swing, you put a child on a swing and it goes back and forth. So this kind of conversation keeps going back and forth with the feds before we can get grounded in what exactly we can expect. So are there questions and comments from board members? Well, Claudia, I think you did a great job in explaining where we are and what we can expect. Let's see, I think there's a question from Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Claudia and Jody. And Claudia, I'm really excited to see the rubric you all bring forth to us. And just to get clarity, so you'll give us some information about it, but we won't actually discuss it till our September work session. Is that the plan?
Yes, ma'am. That is the plan because we have to do some staff work we've seen there are many versions that we've been looking at, and part of it is to make sure we're in sync with components that are related to the city, and we don't want to start something and then have to come back. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I think that's going to be really important because we are going to get so many requests. And so having a really good rubric to help us with that will be so important. And I know that we're getting input from the community from this process with the help of the city, but I do want to also acknowledge that we will, I assume, get suggestions from staff and from groups like the Homeless Services Advisory Committee or the Food Security Group, some of the different experts that we have in our community. And we may have commissioners that bring forward some suggestions as well. So I think we're going to have ideas coming from all over. So it's going to be, so I think that's going to be really key. One thing that was in the PowerPoint that you gave us was about, and maybe you're going to talk about that next. Are you going to talk about the broadband, or is that was just part of the PowerPoint?
Well, that was actually the PowerPoint from the last.
Previous. Okay.
That was the previous PowerPoint.
Okay.
And so,
okay.
Right. Yes.
I just have a quick question related to that. And I also forgot to ask Laura Fogel, how are we promoting the emergency broadband benefit? Do you know how folks are really getting the word out on that? Because I kind of feel like that's an asset and a program that people, we're all trying to get out, so many things, but I am worried that people don't know about it. And that one is difficult because the application is difficult on that. So I just didn't know if there'd any discussion about that.
Now I will have to follow up with the full response. I do know that some of the promotion happened with DSS through some of their materials and information shared with their clients. We did do some Facebook or social media reminders of this funding, as well as other types of informational sessions, informational approaches and announcements earlier. But let me follow up to make sure that it's a continuing loop of information that keeps going, because there were some end dates for some of these. And if I'm not mistaken, some ended the end of June, but let us follow up.
Thanks. And I know at least before Digital Durham had volunteered that they would actually provide volunteers to help people fill out the application. Because honestly, our DSS staff just haven't had the bandwidth to do that with the emergency rental assistance. So, okay. And my last question was, if we could, I know we got a really thumbs up on the CARES Act funding. We did really well on that. If it's possible for us to get just even through a memo, an update on where we're at with the FEMA reimbursement, and that would be great. Just through email is fine.
Yes, we will do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Yeah, it was really quick. I was holding a lot of the few questions I had, because Claudia did hit on some things, and I think it might be better for another conversation. But I did want to throw out there, I had the same question that Commissioner Jacobs had about, and I stopped short, if you go back and look at it, about the emergency broadband, because I had heard, and that's why I didn't put Laura on the spot, I had heard the same thing Claudia had heard. On top of that, I will echo some of the sentiments of Commissioner Jacobs. That if you click on the link for the state website, it sends you to the FEC site, which then sends you to an application in Kentucky, which then sends you to a link of who a provider is. So there is something to be, and I'm so not making that up. They're not in their head, and this is all so you can get, for anybody who doesn't know what the emergency broadband, it is so you can get $100 off of a computer, which is great, right? We like that. Or where you can get a $50 benefit, like off of your monthly bill. By the time you do the return on investment on your time in doing that, I mean, we laugh about it, but it's cumbersome. And we're also, you got to think, we're doing these loops for folks who don't have digital access in the first place. So where are we even going to 5 different websites? So I do, but I want to throw out there, I hope that we're looping in the schools, and maybe that's something we talked to Chair Umstead and Dr. Mubinga about, because I think that's who we'll see parents wanting to get that benefit for their kids. And we'll also see parents wanting to get that benefit for that laptop, maybe for a young person or somebody who's trying to pivot and go back into the workforce. And I did have a workforce proposal I was going to say for commissioner comments, or I was going to do it here. But Claudia, you said 2 things that made me put pause on that. The one question I did have, while I like the rubric, it is Colorado's. Will we be making a modified one for Durham? Is what my
absolutely.
That's what I want. So I don't want anybody to use that rubric. Thank you.
No. We're looking at like 5 different models.
I know you said it. I just need to make sure, because you know how you say we'll put the PowerPoints on the website, and then people say, "Y'all, this is the rubric." So we'll get a 0 for this and a 2 for, exactly.
So I may need to not show a rubric.
Right. And thank you, Jody, as well for everything.
Not if it's Colorado.
We're just trying to help out.
We can put example on it. We'll revise the PowerPoint example on it. So it's very
example. Yes.
I remember you both saying there were rubrics, and I was like, well, wait a minute, just so you know the public don't think, all right, 0, 2 for. They'll say, I got a 39, Claudia. How did I not get my money?
All right. All right. So is that any other questions or comments? Thank you, Claudia and Jody, for this presentation and updating us. And we'll look for more information. Just one question, Claudia, and I'm sure the rest of the board got the notice too about a conversation with the city and the county about proposals. Is our staff involved in that?
Yes, ma'am. That is the city. The city is facilitating the budget conversation. That's on August the 5th. And so on the slide, I showed how that's a joint conversation. They're taking lead. That's when the residents that have signed up for it will have a chance to look at the categories in which residents submitted proposals. And as I shared, there are over 200. And so that will happen on the 5th of August, as you can imagine.
So will there, is this the only time that there will be one? Will the county be facilitating one, or is only going to be, so the citizens will know, will the county facilitate one, or is it only going to be facilitated by the city?
Okay, so for that particular one, the city is taking lead, but county staff will also be a part of it. The second phase is we're proposing to start late August, and that's where the county will take lead. We will invite the city as they deem as projects relate to them. Some may not, but there may be some that will. As we go out into the unincorporated areas, some that you typically go to during budget season. I know last year we didn't get to do that. We will hear feedback from our residents there, and it will be traditional face-to-face, but it may look different. We may be outside and have to do some afternoon sessions, but nevertheless, yes, ma'am, we will have some face-to-face as well as web-based conversations. The other part that I may not have explained this clearly, but with the various proposals and as I shared, some are city related that were submitted, some may be joint, but the ones that are county related, if additional fleshing out or feedback is desired or needed, we would say, hey, let's have a conversation on this specific topic. So I could see having additional engagement to let residents understand sort of a more narrowed down focus on those that are county related. So the board will have a chance to help us shape this. You know, my whole desire is to make sure that we feel real good about the type of feedback we received, and as much as possible, as many people had a chance to participate. And
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay.
All right. So, all right. So we're going to move on to, what was the next item is, what was it? The next item is appoint delegate to the North Carolina Association of Counties 114th annual conference coming up. We have our conference coming up on August the 12th through the 14th. The board is requested to appoint the Chair Howerton as a voting delegate and Commissioner Carter, Heidi Carter, as the voting alternate for the NCACC annual conference. So I will need a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Seconded.
And it's been motioned by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Long, to suspend the rules to vote on the delegate for the association. Monica, if you could call the roll.
Commissioner Alon.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
I'm happy to vote aye. I did want to add, if we had any discussion, that I just today decided to switch to the virtual attendance option. Disappointed to say that, but because of just the rising rates of Delta, infection in our community, I just don't feel comfortable being inside a room with lots and lots of people from across the state. So I'm going to be attending virtually and am more than happy to be the alternate voting delegate as long as I can do so virtually. And I'm just not sure what the rules are on that.
I don't either. I would have to check with the association. Monica, can you tell us?
I did email Jason King. I'm just waiting on a response from him. He did send me the time frame for the virtual sessions. It did not include the voting session, but again, I'm just waiting just to confirm to see if that is possible.
I noticed online they have a form to download for the voting, so it seems like one should be able to do it remotely.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, we'll need to get a verbal commitment from Kevin to find out, or someone from the association to so we understand what that means. So
vote aye, and we'll hope it will work. And if not, we can revise our plan unless there's a better suggestion. And Monica has her hand up, so she probably has.
I think because we're still voting.
I just received the email. So no, they are not planning to accommodate virtual voting for the business session. So unfortunately, we will have to select another commissioner to be an alternate.
Okay. Is there another commissioner? Commissioner Long, are you raising your hand to do it?
Yeah, if no other commissioner, I would be interested.
I was the voting delegate nationally. I have no problem with Commissioner Long being the voting delegate here. I'm all about being fair.
All right. So, so we just changed the name from Commissioner Carter to Commissioner Lum, and we needed a roll call to suspend the rules.
I'm sorry, I was finishing up with Commissioner Carter for the roll call.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know how you gotten.
It was Commissioner Carter and then Vice Chair Jacobs.
Okay.
I vote aye for Commissioner Howerton as the voting delegate and Commissioner Lum, thank you so much, as the alternate.
Okay, we're suspending the rules right now.
Oh, this, aye?
No.
Okay.
Vice Chair Jacobs
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's 5-0 to suspend the rules. Now, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to appoint commissioners for the NC-ACC delegate and alternate.
I move that we nominate Commissioner Chair Howerton as the voting delegate and Commissioner Lum as the alternate. I think I got the motion right.
I just have a question though. I mean, you were the voting delegate. I think it's great to let our new commissioners be the voting delegates. Is there any reason for Commissioner Lum not to be the voting delegate at this meeting as well?
Commissioner Lum was like, wait a minute. She says Commissioner Jacobs messing up my beach plans. I'm kidding.
There's no reason, it's just that it fell that way, Commissioner Jacobs. It's whatever the board really likes.
I'm fine with being the alternate.
Yeah, it's whatever the board wants. It's fine with me.
I appreciate that, Vice Chair Jacobs. I'm fine with being the alternate, and maybe in the next conference, we'll be able to switch things up some more too.
We switch them up every time so that we try to make sure that everybody gets involved. That's the way we work it. Okay.
Do I have a second to my motion?
Please.
I second it.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and properly moved by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Carter, to appoint the delegates for an alternate for the conference. Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Lum?
Aye.
Commissioner Burns?
I don't know. Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs?
Aye.
Chair Howerton?
Aye. It's been approved 5-0.
Still just think it's odd they don't have a process for people, because I imagine a lot of people are going to be will be doing the same thing Commissioner Carter's doing. It's, taking the virtual option. So that's kind of sad.
Well, we've still got 2 weeks before the conference. So if something occurs, and I'm sure if they're watching the numbers to see if we need to change participation or what. So everybody's being cautious right now and watching to see what needs to happen. The next item is commissioner comments. This time I'll open it up for commissioners' comments or about conference attendance regarding issues that may interest or concern our board. And we'll start with Commissioner Lum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I am going to turn over my time to Commissioner Burns because I know she was our voting delegate, and I'm really excited to hear about her experience at the national conference.
Okay, Commissioner Burns.
You don't have any announcements, Commissioner Lum. You always have something like every week. I will say, one of the things, well, before I even jump to that, one, I can't wait to see a lot of y'all at National Night Out tomorrow. I know we'll be spread out all over the place, so I look forward to that. Also, there are a number of book bag drives going on, and I did notice that people have emailed myself along with my colleagues, and everybody has pretty much jumped in and said they want to help. I got to help at one this week, so that's been a pretty noble effort. As far as what we saw at the conference, I did highlight some of it. I think one of the things things I noticed, or what I took away, that I was proud that we fought for. I was in the criminal justice breakout, the public safety subcommittee breakout. And one of the things that we worked on was making gun violence. We were working on making gun violence a public health crisis or a national crisis. And when I tell you, we had to vote on that thing 4 times, and that room was split down the middle. And I thought we were about to go Hatfields and McCoys, pistols and sabers. I could not have imagined that it was going to be that. We were resilient. We won. I mean, we won. It was 67%. And that amendment took, what should have took 5 minutes, took hours. We did see a lot of folks looking for best practices for ARPA. I will say, I waited, and I'm happy I waited to this work session. The way we are going about it is absolutely a good practice. And that's, if that means anything to Claudia or to Jody or to anybody else on our staff, we got to meet counties who had already decided to do the entire process through participatory budgeting. It was not a good idea. They now have, I mean, their counties and their communities are completely split. We even have counties in North Carolina doing that. The other thing that we saw, I know you all are noticing what's going on right now with evictions. Commissioner, I wanted the CDC to do an extension, but being there every day, when you see, because they give secretaries talking points, right? Especially when they're trying to push an agenda. Commissioner Howerton can attest to this. I was so surprised that for 4 straight days, when Vice President Harris took the stage, she talked about, you better work with your courts to make sure that they're working on diversion programs. When Secretary Buttigieg got up there, same thing. When Nancy Pelosi, you started to see everyone was talking about ERAP funding. Blew my mind, which let me know. And then the Treasury Secretary, Deputy Treasury Secretary Wale Adelino, as well as President Biden's senior advisor, Sharon, who both have been incredible, because they said to us, hey, we're more than happy to come down to talk to you all. And guess what? We invited them to talk to North Carolina. And that's the reason why we were able to sit down with, and this won't be necessarily as pertinent to Durham because we do have our own program, but we were able to sit them down with our HOPE team. And we, surprised as I could be, just this newbie, actually let us do 3 days of training with court staff. And so you kind of saw this message coming down. And as much as I wanted the CDC to extend the moratorium, it hit me on the head. They're absolutely not about to do this. Somebody has given them their marching orders. Somebody has given them their talking points, and they're trying to indoctrinate us in this room to go out and get this rental work done. So I remember even telling Commissioner Howerton when I walked out, and even other people, I looked at Kevin Leonard, I said, I don't think they're gonna do an extension. So we got that. And as you can see, we're in the situation we're in now. And we've done a lot better here in North Carolina than other states, so we should be proud of it. There are other counties in our end here who don't have rental assistance programs. They just don't, they didn't start theirs up. And I will end with, food insecurity was one that a lot of folks were talking about. We are in a lot better position. And I remember a lot of people were asking us, especially after Maurice Smith's program, his presidential initiative this year was food insecurity. I think that was the thing we got asked about most. So I was really excited that I could brag on Miss Oxendine and how she had worked with, a lot of our local restaurants on culturally competent meals. And I'll stop there. So, but those were the big 3 that I took away, and I wasn't surprised about what I saw this weekend. I hope that changes, but to see 6 different agencies that don't have anything to do with rental funding talk about those things, we knew what was coming. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Carter, and then Commissioner Jacobs.
I'll just briefly mention one thing. I'd like to lift up the work that is being done. It's being led anyway by Janelle Olet, one of our farm extension agents through the cooperative extension, and also Mary Oxendine, our food security coordinator, in partnership with some folks from the community and also the Farmland Board. They are exploring an exciting idea of what they're calling a farm campus it would be land in Durham that would help address some of our goals around improving the resiliency of our local food system, increasing access to land, and also support resources for farmers, particularly farmers who are among the BIPOC community. It would be a way of also protecting farmland and at a time when there's going to be a lot of development pressure on some of our open space land in the northern part of the county. It would also hopefully have a space for value added production, which we need in Durham. And I think also they're proposing to include a space for cold storage. And this also is intended to increase food security and just improve the ability of our food system to meet the healthy food needs of all residents. And so they're applying for a grant with the USDA to conduct a feasibility study to help sort of flesh this out a little bit more. But I was fully supportive of this work as a member of our board. I wrote a letter of support, and I just hope that we get this grant and think it could be a very exciting, transformative kind of process in the food security, agriculture, farmland protection, environmental protection, sustainability world. It addresses a lot of our goals and our interests.
Thank you. Could I jump in, Commissioner Jacobs, just to Commissioner Carter? I just had a question for her. Well, I'll email you, Commissioner Carter, to ask you where we send our letters of support. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, I didn't. So Janelle and Mary asked for a letter of support from me as a farmland board member, and I drafted something, and Monica got it on stationery, and I gave it to them.
Okay, perfect. Got it. That was all.
All right. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, that's really exciting. Thank you for that update, Commissioner Carter. Yeah, 4 things that I just wanted to raise is, and number one, I sent an email this morning, and I know that Chair Howerton, you said there's going to be a meeting today, later this afternoon, but I just want to really publicly state that I am very concerned about the Delta variant and the county really taking the lead on the issue about staff and the issue of vaccinating our staff, and then also going back to not following the governor's order, but Durham County and Durham City taking the lead again on requiring the wearing of masks in indoor settings. I consider this to be a really time-sensitive issue. So I know staff and everyone needs time to work on this, but I do hope that by our meeting, at least next Monday, that we will, be able to discuss this further if the manager doesn't come out with something before then. But I think anyway, I'm very concerned about this, and of course, not only impacts kids going back to school, people going back to work, but the business community. And all that. So I don't need to belabor the point. I know that everyone's aware of this issue. Second thing is, Commissioner Burns touched on this, that as we know, the eviction moratorium ended, on Saturday. I will say that our district court judge, Judge Evans, had expanded it for Durham until the end of August. Unfortunately, the state wouldn't let Durham get out there in front on this, but I just want to say to all of our board that if we can all try to really get the word out, especially to our landlords, that we really need our landlords to be good partners on this, because it just takes time. We have money. And, thanks to the federal government, it's just to get the money out to the landlords and to do the paperwork properly, because it has to be done properly. And the allocation does require a landlord-tenants agreement. And so people I know people have been frustrated about how long it takes but I'm just worried about people filing for evictions now because they haven't gotten the money yet, but the money is there. And we just really need people to be patient and to work with us. And I agree with you, Commissioner Burns, we are much better off than other counties, but it's still alarming. I saw some data that 25% of North Carolina residents are at risk of eviction. Right now, it's really frightening. And of course, with school starting, we don't want our children and our families to be displaced. So I think, we can all try to make sure that people know about how to apply also for the rental assistance, but it is going to take time. And then lastly is related to National Night Out, that I do hope that we have the option for a schedule that if commissioners do want to try to coordinate and go, at least try to go to the same place, because for me, I really love doing National Night Out as a board. And I know we can't ride in the same van, but it's just a great community team building thing. And if, I don't know what everyone else had given to Monica as their suggestions, but if we have a schedule that at least out there and people might try to know that, at 4 o'clock be here, at 5 o'clock here, 6 o'clock here. I would love to do it as a board if possible. So, and I think it's nice for the community to see us out as a board too. So I wanted to just put that out there if other board members are also interested. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. So that a couple of things that I don't want to say the same things that my colleague talked about at conference, but it was, I'll mention a couple of things. But one of the things that I want to mention first is Commissioner Jacobs on the Delta variant. There's a call today with Rob, the mayor, myself, and Claudia. And the thing that I hope that we as board members don't show the community panic. Sometimes we can say things that just really drives the community to an edge. We've got the CEO that drives this conversation around what we need to do is our health director. Rob will direct this conversation as to what we need to do. He's got the expertise and he's with the CDC and with the governor's office. And for me, I expect him to give us lead on what we need to do and by when we need to do it. So I think we are in good shape. We've got the right people in the right places to ensure that we do what we need to do. We will inform you as soon as we have this conversation at 3:30, and to see what it is that they are saying, as Rob is saying, that we need to do around that. National Night Out will be different than it's ever been for us. It's always been a time that we really enjoy it. So it will look a little different for us and for the community this year, I'm sure. For the conference, it just was full packed with so many great pieces of information. I was so elated that Commissioner Burns was able to attend. I heard so many commissioners talk about it. They were so glad that she was there, especially from North Carolina, to have new commissioners. There were several commissioners from North Carolina there. And they did talk about the Aqua Fund. One of the things that was really surprising for me was the president's initiative to be able to be on the stage was phenomenal, to be able to do that and to call out all the counties across the United States. That was an honor. And as I said the other night on the follow-up call, I didn't drop any of the balls because they had to give you a ball with the name of the state on it and you had to call it out. And I didn't drop any of them. So that was pretty significant. But the president's initiative, if you remember back, my initiative was that all children thrive. So the president of NACO's initiative is Thrive. Now he expanded it more. So what I can say that the Thrive will go across the country, talking about what is needed for our children to thrive. And that is all of the things that have families thrive. And he's broadened that whole conversation to a bigger plane here. And the other one was the diversity, equity, and inclusion conference session that we did, where it was over 150 people in the room, hungry for strategies and conversation around racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. And the report that we've gotten back is they want more. So the conversation is around the nation is really heating up around what is it that we can do so that people feel included, so that inclusion, the equity within our systems is driven. So that is going to be, that's a national conversation right now. And being that I'm on the committee for the association, whatever I learn from that national perspective will be shared with my board and with this community. So I invite you to participate in that conversation because a lot of it will be online. We'll do a lot of the sessions online and we will bring the information. I will bring the information back to the board. I think that's about all that I have. Any other comments or statements? Okay, if nothing else, we will move on to review of commissioners' directives. Drew will drive this conversation for us.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Drew Cummings, Chief of Staff. And I typically send you out, again, a link to the OneDrive document. I didn't manage to do that last week. I did send out a variety of reminders to staff who were responsible to complete some of the various directives that were still a little unclear. I think we're making good progress on those, but I'll stop there and see if there are any questions about any of the items in the document, which you can always, once you've ever clicked on one of those links, you can always access it through OneDrive.
Drew, I don't see any hands from commissioners.
Feel free, if you ever do get around to looking at that, you can send questions, obviously, at any time about any of those directives that you have questions about.
Okay, thank you, Drew.
You're welcome.
So, commissioners, we are coming to the part where we have a closed session this evening. The board is requested to go into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by a public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged to GS 143-318.11A3. I will entertain a motion for approval to go into closed session.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I get a second.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Long and second by Commissioner Burns. I will take a verbal vote. Clerk will take a vote.
Commissioner Alone.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. Okay, we are moving into closed session.
Chair Howerton, we do have all the commissioners on the line.
Thank you. So we have met in closed session, given direction to staff. So if I can get a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move for adjournment.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Burns to adjourn.
I think it was Commissioner Carter.
Commissioner Carter did the second.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Carter.
We're often confused for one another.
I know it moved. So,
Commissioner
call.
Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
I congratulate DC Talks on your award.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Thank you. 5-0.